say something about Diablo Immortal. I mean, no one knows for sure. I'm pretty sure they gotta say something about Diablo Immortal. They gotta. What's up, Beery, by the way? Exodia, Kaja, Caffeine Machine. Alright, let me make sure everything's working properly. If you're wondering what the sound in the background is, I'm watching the chess stream right now. Okay, let me see. Is everything working?
Is that what you wear in the future? Rad.
Totally. What? My grip 6 belt? I know, right? I love this.
Looks good. Sounds good. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure. We're gonna probably have to play around with the volume of the stream a little bit. Like, what do you guys think right now? Is the volume of this stream in the background, is it good or too quiet? Spirit, what's up, dude? I'm still waiting on your new video. I'm like, come on, where's my new Spirit video?
They're comfortable and don't pinch your gut. With a lifetime warranty, it will be the last
Quiet?
Check
Okay.
them out at go.chess.com/grip6. And Cutie, we have a great lineup of players. You know them better than I do. Ludwig Code Miko coming up next, but any players you just want to talk about? We got some time.
Yeah, let's leak all of their secrets, actually. Pokimane, something about her. She actually loves putting peanut butter between her toes. And
okay, what about now?
Is it her favorite thing?
A little bit better now?
Serious thing. Ludwig has worn the same dirty sweatpants for the past 4 days. That
I was actually thinking of making a Dragon Raja video too, but like, oh man.
The most important question is what kind of hot sauce?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me
but
switch it so you guys can see what I'm watching
true.
here.
The other one is not. But I can leak more secrets if you would like.
Yeah, I mean,
though I guess it doesn't. Who knows? Like
I'm
the
also
Blizzard
happy to
stream
talk
might
about
actually be
how, there's a lot of money and awareness being
even
raised
louder.
throughout
So
the
we'll see.
Pog Champs here. You know, we are here. Lots of community outreach. Chess.com's willing to match up to $100,000 of the viewing community's donations.
What's going on? BlizzCon, man. Okay, let me turn it back down now.
You see in front of you. And the players, they've all chosen their organizations. Well,
But for the BlizzCon stream, we want it to be like somewhat loud.
TBAs means to the bank account.
Yeah, BlizzCon, man. BlizzCon's going on. So
I stole it from chat.
BlizzCon's starting in about 45 minutes. Let's go to blizzcon.com. Look at the schedule real quick. So opening ceremony is in about 45 minutes. And then after that, where's the full schedule? After that, we're probably going to mainly just be watching Diablo. So after that, we have Diablo What's Next, Diablo Developer Roundtable, Diablo The Gothic World. Just one of the artists shows off some artwork and stuff. And then Diablo Deep Dive at the very end here.
Lil Benji boy, he is the champion in all of us. He represents all of us if we were good at
What's up,
video games,
Idzvik?
and none of us were. And that's why we're unsuccessful and poor.
What's up,
right?
Levo?
Well, Benji's been putting a lot of hard work in. I've seen him streaming with Grandmaster.
So yeah,
Big Hammer.
we're just waiting on that. I'm kind of hoping that they start up with like a pre-show or something in the next 15-30 minutes, but for now we're just gonna chill and wait. For now we're just a waiting room right now, and we're watching Pog Champs in the background, which is a chess tournament between streamers, so popular streamers playing chess against each other. It's pretty interesting. What's up, B-Dan? You subscribed for Diablo Immortal. Any updates? The updates should be coming within the next 2 hours or so. Is Twitch better? Twitch is a lot better quality. That's why I'm watching all the Twitch streams. Because, first of all, Twitch has a shorter delay. And then there's also the picture quality on Twitch is way better, in my opinion.
That's worrisome for all of
Yeah. But she will look.
So like watching on YouTube, there's usually like a 30-second delay between like when I read chat, Like when you send the message and when I read back the message, it's usually about a 30-second delay or something.
Maybe there's hope.
But on Twitch, it's like
Otherwise, we don't know
4 or
if
5
we'll be
seconds.
doing it.
Got it. Well, until that moment, I guess
Yeah, you can watch directly from the website for free
we do also
if
have
you
great
if you
matches ahead
if you want to.
tomorrow. For those of you who will be back, it's the weekend. You got
Just go to
nothing
blizzcon.com,
Pokimane taking on
and then you have all the different channels at the bottom here. First, the opening ceremony is just going to be on Blizzard, and then after the opening ceremony, then you can just go swipe over to Diablo or Overwatch or whatever you really want to watch. Or you can have multiple open. I think there's a way to
Tell me how much money.
have
Chess.com
multiple
makes
open if you
us.
want as
Tell me,
well.
Tell me. I keep doing stuff for free for chess.com. You leak it. You leak it now.
Anybody who's listening to chess.com streams, they know that Danny doesn't pay me. So
Oh my gosh, this is insane.
All right.
You know what? Let's.
So they're not even playing chess right now. So let's find some. Is there anything else interesting going on?
Yeah.
Let's see how many people are streaming Diablo right now. Like waiting, see how many people have a waiting for BlizzCon. So Diablo 3 has 5K viewers. BlizzCon. Actually, yeah, I was thinking, what should I go under Diablo 3? Should I go under? Maybe I should go under just chatting. Maybe I should go under Diablo Immortal. Let's see, Diablo Immortal. Personal updates? Well, I'm just like any of you guys. Like I don't have any inside information, so I guess I'm the only one under Diablo Immortal, so maybe we'll stay under Diablo Immortal. Yay, 1 viewer. Let's go. But yeah, I'm just like any of you guys. I don't have any personal updates about Diablo Immortal. I don't have any inside information, unfortunately. So I just gotta wait. We just gotta wait and see what happens at BlizzCon here. Guess we should get some music going for the meantime. Probably have to update Pretzel. I haven't used it in forever. Let's see. What station do we want here? Chill Pop. I haven't heard this one before. Let's take a listen. Okay, this is no thank you, no thank you. We'll pass on that one.
Check my budget, man. If I'm in the green,
It's hip hop.
still ain't budget, man. Check my budget, man. If I'm in
I don't know.
green, I still ain't budget, man.
They got a lot of new stuff. Surprise me. Let's do surprise me. See what we get. Thipiz, what's up, dude? Or Thips. Maybe it's Thips. Fingers crossed we see Crusader. Hell yeah. Share. Okay. Read that already. Pretzel always spamming the chat. I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited. Really excited to see what happens here in BlizzCon. Yeah, hoping for release dates. We're all hoping for a lot of dates. I'm also excited about Diablo 4 to see the new Diablo 4 class. Pretty much guaranteed to see a new. Holy crap! I was not expecting this to turn into some EDM or something right here. Yeah, I was not. I'm not really feeling this right now either. Let's see what else we have. Country, disco, drum and bass, EDM, epic emo, electro swing. See, I don't want like anything too upbeat, but I don't want like anything really slow either. Just want something kind of in the middle. What the heck is Yacht Rock? All right, I gotta see what this is. Couldn't find any songs. Okay. Yeah, I do like EDM from time to time, but sometimes I don't. It just doesn't feel right for BlizzCon for some reason. But yeah, if you were jamming to it, all right, let's maybe we'll do chill EDM. Let's try chill EDM because I don't want anything too crazy right now. All right. So I'm the only one streaming under Diablo Immortal, at least for now. What's up, Owlark? What's good? It's been a pretty good day overall, I think. I spent most of the day just preparing for this, making the thumbnail for the YouTube stream and getting my camera looking decent, making sure the microphone's working properly. So it's been a pretty busy day for me. Let's check out Twitter real quick. See if there's anything interesting going on. Finding out that Overwatch Mobile could be possibly a real thing. Hopefully we see it at BlizzCon. Yeah, Overwatch Mobile would be sick. Yeah, let's look at all these Diablo Immortal tweets right here real quick. Nothing too interesting. Okay, can I guess when Diablo Immortal will release? So my hope has always been that they release it on April 1st, on April Fool's Day, because that would be fucking awesome. But I don't know, my guess would be actually, yeah, between June and September, probably. Yeah, I'm thinking most likely in the summer. But yeah, I was always hoping they would do it on April 1st. Still offline. Let's see how many people are in here in the chat already. People in the chat already getting crazy, getting hyped. Beta test then release in summer. Yeah, that's my hope too. Like the alpha was like basically a beta in my opinion. They got level 1 to 45. That's pretty much half the game right there. We had like the rifts. We had how many dungeons? 6 or 7 dungeons. The only thing we really didn't get to test is Crusader and Necromancer, so I'm guessing they're probably gonna have a test with Crusader and Necromancer, and then we'll probably have release shortly after that. Has Crusader been the least favored class? So the Crusader could be a beast till it's nerfed. I think Crusader is pretty unpopular compared to the other classes. I think Crusader is probably one of the least played, and probably Crusader and Monk are probably going to be the least played. It's going to be tons of Barbarians, tons of Wizards, tons of Necromancers. Probably quite a few Demon Hunters as well. Diablo 4 open beta in 2025. I hope it's sooner than that. Yeah, I like playing tanks a lot, so yeah, I'd be down to play Crusader if it looks good enough. Who knows how that's gonna turn out though. Alright, so yeah, I like the station so far. It's not bad. Chill EDM. Let's go. "35 minutes, boys. And girls. I know we've got a few girls out there probably. The monk was a lot of fun. It's so cool, like that ability, the flying kick, where if you aim it at the wall, you jump back. Oh, the stream started on YouTube already? Oh, shit. Oh, it's here on Twitch too. No, wait, no? It said live for a second. Wait, what? It said live for a second. Alright, hold on. Let's check the YouTube stream then. Play. Huh? Yeah, for me it's not started yet. Spirit's got hacks. So yeah, I did play the monk to level 45 in the alpha, and he was a lot of fun. Okay. It's just a waiting game at this point. You should stream this too, Spirit. When's the last time you streamed? Bro, you helped me a lot with builds you created in Raziel. Yeah, Raziel was a lot of fun creating those builds. I really liked the talent tree system that they have in that game. Has it been that long already, Spirit? Jesus. Wait, what's Day 9 doing, I wonder? Is he just doing his normal stream, or... Day 9's playing Escape from Tarkov, what the heck? This one might become one of my favorite playlists. I really like this playlist so far. How many songs are on this playlist? 493. Not bad. Day 9 is the reason, basically the reason I got interested in content creation. I used to be a moderator in his chat back in like 2010 till like 2014 or 15. Then I retired from being a moderator for him. So yeah, StarCraft was my main game for quite a bit back when Justin TV and Twitch first started. Love me some StarCraft. I'm kind of a little bit upset because they're having the StarCraft event basically at the same time as everything else is going on. Like everything's going on at the same time basically, and there's this really freaking awesome event going on with StarCraft where they have like MC, MVP, Nesty, Stork, and some other like really legendary StarCraft players playing from midnight until 2 a.m. My time zone. 30 minutes! Yes, 30 minutes exactly. Yeah, so I used to be on Day 9 stream every day, moderating the chat. Oh my god. Those were the days. Actually, do I have this image somewhere still? Hold on. Don't mind some of the names of these links. Kutex. Okay, it's not in here. Let me look in my imager real quick. I know I have it somewhere. Let's put this off screen in case anything crazy comes up. Imager is over capacity. Are you serious? Oh, wait. That's weird. Yeah, I can't log. Okay. I used to have this image like of these chat stats and stuff from Day 9 TV back in the day, but I mean, I do still have it. It's definitely on Imager still, but I can't log in. The gates of Hell Creek open. Stay a while and listen to the latest from Diablo at Blizzconline. Warning, this live stream contains content rated mature 17+. That is not appropriate for children. You guys have all been warned. If you are a child, you may see some things that might scare the shit out of you or something. Oh, we're live. Nice. Do they have any music going on? Alright, yeah, let's listen to that music then. Listen to some nice Blizzard music. Okay. Now they're playing some EDM as well, it sounds like. Or wait, is that Pretzel? Did Pretzel start up by wait. Pretzel? Did you start playing some stuff in the background without my permission? I thought I closed it. Let me see. Oh wait, no, it is Blizz. Okay, never mind. Theater mode? Sure, there we go. Med, long time no see, my dude. How's it over there in the Netherlands? Hope you're not stuck on a ship or something right now. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good over here. Doing pretty good. Can also probably do this for now. Actually, let me start recording. Start a local recording here just in case. Just back for 2 weeks. Nice. So if there's any crazy beta tests coming out this weekend, you'll have plenty of time to play, right? Okay. 27 minutes, 50 seconds. So what are you guys' hopes and wishes? I know a lot of us are hoping for Diablo Immortal Beta. How many of you guys are actually fans of other Blizzard games like World of Warcraft or StarCraft, Hearthstone, Overwatch? So, besides Diablo Immortal, what are you guys looking forward to, if anything? D4, yeah, D4 is gonna be. Oh man, I can't wait to see what the new class is gonna be. You didn't play any Spirit? I thought you played at least WoW or something, right? At least, I mean, WoW has some pretty decent PvP. StarCraft before, Hearthstone as well. I never really got into Hearthstone. I don't really like the class thing they have going there. I like to play, you know, Magic style card games where you can basically mix two different types of decks, like, you know, black and white and that sort of thing. Not full loot PvP though. Dude, Spirit, have you ever heard of Darkfall? And if so, did you ever play Darkfall? Oh, dude, you never played Darkfall? You gotta check it out. I mean, it's not really a game worth making content for, but it's basically like one of the first most hardcore full loot PvP games, MMOs. Too young? I don't know. It came out in like 2009, so maybe you are a little bit too young. So yeah, it's kind of old. But yeah, so it was a really hardcore, full loot, sandbox PvP game. You can build bases and stuff like that. It's kind of a dead game at this point, to be honest. But there is a free-to-play version right now if you ever want to check it out. Let me see, what is the Darkfall website? No, I think it's not called Darkfall anymore. It's actually called, so basically what happened to Darkfall, it was really, really popular coming out, but the company that made the game was not a very good company. So the company that made the game, they kind of like went bankrupt and everything, and they just didn't have the best business model and everything. But like when it came out, it was definitely like the #1. I think it was like, what's that? Whoa, super chat for $10.99. Thanks so much, Lars. Holy crap. Keep up the great work. I'm trying to. I just, you know, had kind of a long vacation the last couple weeks. I haven't really been doing any streams or making any videos for a couple weeks now, so it's rough sometimes. It's rough, but I'm trying to get back into it. Hopefully BlizzCon here will revitalize my wanting to make more and more content and stuff like that. I've been really struggling to decide if I want to really get into Warhammer Odyssey. I'm not sure that I will. But yeah, as you can see here, pretty crazy open world PvP, full loot, lots of crafting, that sort of thing. It's basically like almost exactly like Albion Online, except for in a 3D normal MMO style game. So yeah, if you ever get bored and you want to try out Darkfall, I think it's a game that most everybody should try out at least once. It was very, very unique. All right, 22 minutes still. Yeah, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Really, really appreciate it. I think that's the highest super chat I've gotten ever, to be honest. Oh, that's MadMed. That was that MadMed? Yeah, that was you, MadMed, right? I just saw at the end IGN MadMed. Yeah. Actually, I guess it's actually hard to say because I've gotten a lot of super chats that were in currencies that I don't know the values of, so that's definitely my highest euro super chat, I believe. Oh yeah, you're Armitage. Oh, what's up, Armitage? Welcome to the stream. All right, I think I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs and stuff before this all gets crazy here. Enjoy the jams from Blizzconline. Be right back. Okay. Hopefully no one said anything crazy in chat over here. I think Blizzard has some pretty strict chat restrictions, though. Man, this is gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, not gonna lie. Because it's pretty late here. And we gotta be up until 2:30 in the morning. Hopefully there are like some short breaks here and there so I can like get up and wake myself up. I'm in Germany. I'm in Germany. It is 10:46 p.m. It's kind of crazy that they decided to start it this late, and that's like not very EU friendly, but whatever, I suppose. Isn't this the same freaking song? Are they just replaying like the same two songs over and over? Jeff Kaplan for president. I would vote for Jeff Kaplan as for president. Hell yeah. Jeff Kaplan has to be, if not the coolest, one of the coolest developers, game designers. Oh, what's this? Oh, they're just showing off the stuff you can buy. Wait, what was that Reinhardt skin? Was that a Raynor Reinhardt skin? Some Hearthstone packs. Those are some pretty nice wings. Lost Vikings, Blackthorn, Rock and Roll Racing. Nice. All right, less than 15 minutes now. It's weird. This says 14 minutes, but I'm showing it should be 13 minutes on my watch. Must be a pretty big delay on this stream, I guess. Nice, Twitch coming through with the transcodes. Very good, very good. Got some fan art or something going there. Also, I think there might be a chance that some of my content is actually in the BlizzCon stream. Because they asked me to send a bunch of my footage. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually used any of it. But I think if they did have that, that's probably going to be tomorrow. I think most of the Diablo Immortal stuff will probably be tomorrow. Wait, is that for real? All heroes are free in Heroes of the Storm right now? Like you can get them all for free? I'm about to start up Heroes of the Storm right now. If that's true. Let me see. Do I have it installed? It's probably just free for a limited time. But sometimes they have really big events where they just basically give away tons of heroes for free. I probably shouldn't be updating while I'm streaming. It might cause the stream to lag a little bit. Am I native? No. I'm American. I'm American. So we were talking about day 9 a little bit earlier. Wait, what's this? Christian Narn. Christian Narn. Who's that? Is that like one of the new Overwatch heroes' names? Anyone know who that is? It's Hodor? It's the actor of Hodor? Why do they have Hodor?
Is Christian.
It is Hodor. Holy shit. Hodor's a freaking DJ? That's sick. Damn, when did he get all these tattoos? Freaking Hodor. Alright, I gotta... Holy crap, dude. That's awesome. I gotta see Twitter right now. I gotta tweet. That's freaking cool. That's so awesome. I wonder how long he's been a DJ for. So kind of random though. But yeah, so we were talking about day 9 earlier, and so it's kind of a long story, but I actually met my wife in day 9's chat. So she's German. So like about 10 years ago now, we met in day 9's chat. Of course we didn't just like start dating right away. Like it wasn't until like 5 years later until we started like talking to each other and getting into like a relationship and stuff like that. But so yeah, then I moved to Germany, we got married, we have a kid. So you can meet girls on Twitch, guys. All right, Hodor, get it. So I wonder if if this is actually live. You guys think this is actually live, or you think it's pre-recorded? How am I holding up in the virus situation? Honestly, I'm pretty well. I'm not. I know it's a really dangerous virus, but yeah, I'm. Honestly, like, you know, my lifestyle hasn't really changed much. I've always been the kind of person that stays inside and, you know, plays video games all day. So it hasn't really affected me that much in a negative way. And at least my family so far has been lucky enough to not really been affected by it. So yeah, I guess at least my family has been pretty lucky. Though I know, yeah, it's very, very dangerous. Not a fun experience. Even if you survive it, like there's lots and lots of some people say you might not ever fully recover from it. Crazy stuff. I wonder if he streams on Twitch or something. How about you? Has your family been lucky so far? Hopefully. I like how it seems like he's like very, very passionate about his music. It's awesome. None of you guys have gotten it yet, but you're too cautious of everything. Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I'm actually probably not cautious of enough. At the very beginning, I was like constantly, washing my hands and using disinfectant and that sort of thing. But I've actually gotten kind of lazy about that. Less than 5 minutes, boys and girls. Hope you're ready. So once it starts, I'll try to keep my mouth shut as much as I can, and I'll probably even go like this to get my ugly face off the screen when something really cool is going on. Hodor is a good-looking man. All right, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. I want to check real quick to see if the Diablo stream started yet. Okay, it has started. I wonder if they'll show the let's mute the Diablo stream. Nothing interesting in the email. Two minutes. Because I'm wondering if it is on the Diablo stream. I'm wondering if I should just stay on the Diablo stream and watch the main event there, because who knows how quickly they're gonna swap over to the Diablo stuff right after that. This guy says Twitch is behind a minute compared to YouTube. Is that true? Let's see. Dude, it is. All right. Abort. We're watching YouTube. Holy crap, it's starting. Let's go. I guess we'll go full screen.
That feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it all the time, even in my sleep.
Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad. Te llegas a enamorar bastante.
Hortus from
I play video games
Game of
because
Thrones.
I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
You come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
I will tell you
That's
that
cool.
all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister.
I know that guy from somewhere.
Between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows
Is it good now,
us
Spirit?
to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Blackhand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I'm also able to hit.
Dude, I remember that stream.
In Overwatch.
I had someone say, "Oh, I can't lose to a girl," and I beat that guy.
So I was able to slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
然后夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, and I looked to video games as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
There's no way.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Yeah, video games. Let's go. Is this a new PC game? They haven't showed anything new. Let's see, StarCraft, Diablo, Overwatch, World of Warcraft. There's Diablo Immortal right there. Hearthstone. Wait, what is that? There's something I didn't recognize, but it's probably Overwatch. Here we go.
Welcome to Blizzconline, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities.
I'm sure most of the stuff is pre-recorded.
Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years. And last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings. Or in high school when you first played a Diablo game. Or maybe you met your
in like
partner
8th grade.
while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain. Games are coming home. Familiar.
Played World of Warcraft or Warcraft 3 as your first
with
PC
a
game?
connection
Warcraft
and a
3 is,
sense
yeah,
of belonging.
freaking awesome.
And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance. Or my favorite faction, the Horde. I get confused. Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world.
He's got to make us all get emotional now.
Warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now,
True.
to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why Blizzconline is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers.
So many
Zerg,
cosplayers.
Terran, Protoss,
let's go.
Blackwatch, Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary and of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its
Nice
roots
pun.
in a major way. We can't wait to show you how.
I wonder what that means.
We also have news for our Diablo community.
Let's go.
Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it. So? It's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though
Dude, that's
we can't
crazy.
yet
He
be
said
together in person.
he mentions Diablo Immortal and not
The
Diablo
Overwatch
4.
League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching
Maybe that's a good
closely to
sign.
see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands. StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 esports are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And qualifiers are already underway for the first online stop of the 2021 Hearthstone Masters Tour, with the first event taking place next month. But before we get too far ahead, let's take a look one last time to when times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales had finally eclipsed cassette tapes. Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind
I'm
it
old
up
enough.
inside it.
I'm old enough,
I know,
dude.
It sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs. I personally was a master of config sys and auto.
Actually, we do have cassettes here
many simple things.
that my son plays with, so he knows.
Simple times. If only
Cassettes are
we could relive.
like the perfect music medium for kids, I think. What's going on?
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin.
Blizzard Arcade Collection.
What a collection!
Okay. Lost Vikings. So this is all like made to work on modern PCs or something. New features.
What a play!
I never did play any of these old school Blizzard games.
Crank up the volume!
My first Blizzard game was Warcraft 2.
Unbelievable!
Oh, they got it in... Holy crap. They actually have it in widescreen? Oh, shit. They're going all out. They did already say something about Diablo Immortal, yeah. Like, when they talked... The first thing they talked about when they talked about Diablo was Diablo Immortal. They didn't even mention any other Diablo game.
Blizzard Arcade
What's up, Cyrus?
Featuring the Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing.
So it's pretty crazy that
These are ports.
they mentioned Diablo Immortal and not
Just as you
any
are,
other Diablo game.
allowing you
They talked
to
about
relive
the
original
alpha,
experience
basically.
of all three titles in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern,
No
cutting-edge
release date or
functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s.
nothing.
Both saving
Nothing new.
and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade
Oh,
Collection
snaps.
on PC today.
Oh, on PC.
Now.
And today. Now. I go.
Ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's
Yes.
next for World of Warcraft.
I feel like Diablo's probably gonna be last. Smash that like button. Yeah, hit that like button, peeps. I'm surprised you're not streaming this to Legit Mobile. All right.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, Classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it, because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you.
Kind of sucks because all this stuff was
First,
leaked.
Let's start with some Covenant Pride. Kyrian, take flight.
I'm Kyrian.
Night Fae, let the hunt begin. Necrolords,
I played a little bit of
to
Shadowlands.
war. Vintha, let's party.
Yeah, I know this. The WoW stuff is all leaked. Yeah.
And the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year,
Have you been enjoying
and
WoW,
Blizzard celebrates
Cyrus?
its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad in his floating citadel of Naxxramas. In Shadowlands, we helped our Covenant recover from the Anima drought, brought on by Sire Denathrius, master of the Vinthier and traitor to the Pantheon of
Don't
Death.
want to play if alone.
We
Oh.
survived the halls of Torghast and crafted legendary gear in
I
our
can
efforts
understand
to
that.
expel Denathrius from his castle lair.
All my friends
Innocent
quit
souls
playing already.
are still wrongfully being sent to the maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe. And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major
Actually, not
content
everything
update
got
for
leaked.
Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
The cinematics didn't get leaked, right? So we might have some new cinematics here.
Look around you!
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts,
I haven't really been following the story in World of Warcraft.
what if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could.
The Winter
My
Queen?
Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
Oh, the Winter Queen in Ardenweald, yeah.
King. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart
Is that Uther, right?
is true.
Yeah, that's
Very
Uther.
He may approach. Step forward.
Is this new?
My Ascended have spoken of you.
This must be new, right?
Held captive in the maw.
That prison could not hold.
Oh, what's up,
me
Teddy?
forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You
Wait.
will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Just as you once sought to bind your own brother.
Oh, snaps! God damn. Teddy's your... Great, Teddy's my best friend. Oh, what's up, Teddy? Thanks for checking out the channel. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your stay. This is new stuff? Okay. God. Holy shit. Anduin turned into a badass.
The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
Wait, so they're pulling the whole like Kyrian area into the Maw or something?
That is so intense. I know you probably have a lot of questions.
Really hates
about what
Sylvanas.
this saw
Yeah, she's a
and what
bitch.
it means for the next stage of the Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. Please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our
My favorite
upcoming
character
World of Warcraft charity pet
in World of
program.
Warcraft is
We've
Tyrande.
heard a lot from our community about how
Can't
much
wait to
they
see
love
what she's
these
gonna
pets
do.
and the
I feel like
opportunity
Tyranda's gonna
to
kill
give to a good
Sylvanas.
cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate.
It would be so awesome if
whatever amount
Tyrande
you wish
killed
to
Sylvanas.
directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a
Tyrande?
stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are.
I don't really care about this pet stuff.
First pet
You don't know who Tyrande is?
Bananas.
Oh, goodness.
Literally. He was originally available to a select
She's like
few
basically
back
the
in
leader
Burning
of the
Crusade
Night
era,
Elves.
So we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get
Here, I'll show
Daisy
you.
the
I'll show you.
sloth. She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck when you need a hug. Your donations during this campaign will go to support the medical
You gotta know who
humanitarian
Tyrande is.
organization, Doctors Without
The
Borders.
most badass. I guess,
Also
okay.
known by their French name,
Other than
Médecins Sans
Illidan,
Frontières,
she's the
or
second most
MSF.
badass night elf, in my
They're
opinion.
an amazing group doing important work around the world. We're grateful to have such a generous community, and we hope you'll help support this worthy cause. We'll be sharing the details about the charity pet program on the World of Warcraft website soon.
Oh, it's for charity? Okay, that's cool.
So we've talked quite a bit about Shadowlands. Classic
I thought they were
players,
just trying to get more
now
money,
it's your
so
turn.
that's why I was
It's my
talking over
pleasure
it.
to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a
Go buy
veteran
those
MMO
charity pets,
developer,
people.
and she's gonna
If you got the
tell us
money,
what's in store
buy
for
that charity.
WoW Classic.
Dude, that was the very first World of Warcraft cinematic.
Hi, everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and
True.
developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow. I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a night elf hunter and be like that famous dark elf ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was, and still is, a place I love to live.
The undead looks.
Since last
Wait,
year,
what?
I've had the great honor to work
Teddy
alongside
looks.
the WoW
Teddy,
Classic
you an undead guy?
bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans.
Yo,
and
Teddy
a whole new
and
generation
Cyrus.
of players.
What?
As a fan
Are you
myself,
Alliance or
I've
Horde?
had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like drive-by buffing or making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge, all the way to the absolutely staggering, like when I jumped blindly through the dark portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula,
Troll Hunter.
heard
Ah,
this
sick.
terrifying noise, and then saw the Fell Reaver. Biggest roamer I had ever seen, and I was very glad I had faith in
Horde.
that moment.
Nice. I play both, honestly.
About WoW.
I
These
go back and
stories and
forth.
experiences we all share keep us coming back time after
But my
time.
last character was Alliance.
With that said, I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures
Sexy dwarf.
are taking us next.
I really hate. Oh shit, Teddy hates me. Yeah, I actually played Alliance a lot more than I played Horde. But I played Horde a little bit. I played Horde for all of Legion. I had a Tauren priest. But in Shadowlands, I have a Mechanome priest. Because most of my friends were playing Alliance.
You dare enter my realm.
Here we go, boys. Burning Crusade Classic. Magtheridon. Maybe I'll play Horde in Burning. If I play Burning Crusade Classic, maybe I'll play Horde. Teddy, shut up and go play FIFA. Getting impatient. I'm pretty sure Diablo is going to be last. I feel like it's going to be World of Warcraft. Then I think Hearthstone's probably going to be next. Hearthstone's going to be really boring. Probably. And then Overwatch. And then Diablo.
Has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Get to the outsiders.
I'll turn your world upside down. You are not prepared.
There it is. Burning Crusade. Classic. This year. No date, though?
Brings back so many memories, right? Like exploring the fungal forests of Zangarmarsh, or being awestruck at the
Any new
chaotic
games
magic
other than
alive
Overwatch
in
2 and
Netherstorm,
Diablo?
the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon. I love playing them both.
Ow, did I get too loud for a second?
Or the Scryers in your quest to fight the Legion.
Yeah, I don't think
And
there's
of
going to be
course, we can't forget
any new games
gathering
really.
all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple.
Well, actually, maybe.
I can't wait to
There might be some
relive
new
it all
mobile
with you.
games.
Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were, and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had.
Do you think they'll announce a
when you
new
faced the
IP?
Fel Reaver for the first time, or when
I
you
doubt
were
it. I
digging
really
through
doubt it.
piles of Fellhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible
That'd be
community.
crazy, though.
Soon you'll be able to revisit
crazy.
Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later,
Oh, they're going to have a
WoW
Burning
Classic
Crusade
players are
Classic
going to be
beta.
presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters.
Okay.
Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever? Whatever you decide, you can do it all.
My
with your
Hunter's
one
staying
WoW
Classic for
subscription.
sure.
Now, I know I've thrown a lot
'Cause he has
at you,
Broken
but
Tooth.
Don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today.
And I think
So
I'm pretty sure
stick
Broken
with
Tooth
us.
is nerfed in
We'll make sure you
BC, right?
are prepared. And now we're going to hear what's coming up in Hearthstone.
Yep, I called it. Didn't I call it? Hearthstone. All right, we can turn the volume down a little bit now and just talk to Chad for a while.
We're truly excited.
Here's Hearthstone.
Everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix.
So Cyrus and Teddy and any other WoW players out there, will you be playing Burning Crusade Classic?
Then we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third
It depends when it comes out for me, because like,
biggest update ever
if it's at the same time as like Diablo Immortal or
at the Dark Moon Fair.
anything else, I probably will. At least, I probably won't play it right away.
On its first day. We also introduced our
Oh, you haven't played WoW in the last 3 years? Oh, okay. I thought you were still playing it.
rewards and progression within the game. Now, it's time to say farewell
Shadowlands is pretty good,
to Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year.
and Classic's pretty fun too.
Welcome to the year of the Griffin.
Did you play? When did you start playing WoW? Like what expansion?
Throughout the year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always
This is ideal. Watching the stream on my smart TV while playing a mobile game on my phone. Hell yeah.
with the launch of the core set. Later
Started with
this
Burning
year,
Crusade and stopped at Legion.
replaces the old
Those are
basic
pretty good
classic set
start
with
and
a
stop
collection
points.
of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the
BFA was kind of
as well as 29
pretty
awesome
bad, to be
brand new
honest.
cards. And the best thing about the core set is that it's entirely free. So, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone. Here are three
But yeah, Shadowlands is pretty good. I mean, if you feel like you really need an MMO to try out right now, I mean, Shadowlands is pretty decent. And Classic, if you just want to have that old Classic feel, especially if you haven't ever played Classic, it's definitely, I think it's worth playing as well.
He'll fill your hand with spells and is a powerful late game play, worthy of the aspect of magic.
All right, I'm gonna listen to a little bit of this.
Everyone's favorite black dragon.
See if these guys can convince me to play Hearthstone.
He's still as destructive as ever.
Probably not, though.
But timed correctly, he won't leave you empty-handed. We'll also be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards. So, if you want to relive the old school experience, then Classic is the place for you. With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the year.
Let's just turn this off for a second. So I was just looking at Twitter for a second, and did they actually mention this? I didn't hear this. PC Gamer says World of Warcraft Burning Crusade Classic will use the pre-nerf version of its raid bosses because raiders are just way too good at the game now. Are you serious? That's like, if you guys don't, if you guys haven't heard anything about Burning Crusade raids, there were some bosses in Burning Crusade that were, they killed guilds because they were just so freaking hard and broken. But it sounds like, I guess they think that players are good enough to kill them now, which I guess will remain to be seen.
Strength and honor. This is who we are.
We got some Horde theme Hearthstone here. Forges and the Barons, yeah. 100% Horde themed.
That's right. We're headed to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales, the Barrens. And we'll come face to face with the heroes that inhabit it. Starting with one of the Horde's most iconic and well-known characters, a fierce loyalist, one-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde. Shadowhunter Vol'jin.
Okay.
Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponent.
Microsoft, thank you for following.
And
appreciate
to
it.
Celebrate the announcement of
Welcome.
Forges in the Barrens, this card
Good to
is
see ya.
available for free for everyone.
Good to see you, my
later
friend.
today. So log into Hearthstone and claim your free copy of Shadowhunter Vol'jin.
I guess I should log into
And
Hearthstone, huh?
As a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back.
Nice.
We have another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary
sick.
Samuro, featuring
Deal damage
the new
equal to this
keyword,
minion's attack to
Frenzy.
all enemy minions.
Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives. In
Oh,
Samuro's
sick.
case, this can be used to clear your opponent's board.
Dude.
Heroes of the Horde,
That's a sick
like
card.
Samuro, are famous for their combat.
Even though I'm not into Hearthstone,
but
it's,
others, like
I already know that's a good card.
Powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell,
Alright.
Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell
Necromancer
with
or
new
Crusader?
that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5.
I feel like if they're only going to show one, they're probably going to show Crusader first, because, you know, everybody likes Necromancer, and you got to save the best for last, right? So I feel like if they're going to show just one, they're probably going to show Crusader today, or maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Who knows? It's probably if they're usually all the new announcements come today, and then tomorrow comes like all of the discussion about everything that was announced. So all the new announcements should be happening today.
Is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces
Okay, what's
a
that?
brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries. Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay, where you build teams consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains in the Warcraft universe, including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner, and
what is this?
the elemental Lord of Fire.
Hearthstone
You can
Mercenaries.
also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites, like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush, and the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon.
What's up, Shadow Giant? Any info on Immortals beta? Been out of the loop? Not yet. That's what we're waiting for. They haven't talked about Diablo yet.
And each node represents a
I'm
unique
assuming
challenge
Diablo
your
talks
teams
will
take
start
on.
in about
Your heroes gain levels, new abilities,
15 minutes.
equipment, and can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves. We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the
That
road.
actually sounds interesting.
Everything you've seen today is just a taste of what's coming in the Year of the Griffin. So don't
That sounds
forget
very
to tune
interesting.
in
I
to our
might,
deep dive panel
I might actually check
after
out
the opening
Hearthstone.
ceremony, where
See if
we'll
that's any
share
good.
More details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions
I
of
do
you
like the
who play our
Hearthstone
game.
music. I think that's probably
Your
the
dedication
the
and
number one
support
thing I like
is
about
what
Hearthstone.
drives us to make awesome updates and pursue ambitious and fun ideas. We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Oh shit! Here we go. Let's go. All things Diablo. My YouTube stream has some issues.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, YouTube always has
I am
issues.
so excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today.
Watch on Twitch, everybody.
A lot of Diablo to cover.
Watch on
I hope
Twitch,
you'll agree with me that it's a
twitch.tv/great2g.
great time to be a member of this community. All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during Blizzcon of 2019, and we've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch.
Starting with Diablo 4, let's go.
And sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as
Sound
much
is
as
higher.
it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our
Yeah, this guy's a
campfire
little bit
screen.
quieter than the
And
other
savvy
guys.
fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the
Let's
druid
go!
on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one
Who's it
of
gonna
the
be?
most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game.
Yeah?
This one is especially exciting to me as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first
Yes,
classes
dude!
to ever appear in the series.
It's gonna be Rogue,
Let's
right?
have a look.
Or Amazon. Let's go, let's go.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just now, they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me.
Come on. Show it.
May Akarat guide and protect
Show it.
me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
Alright, female.
May he shepherd my soul
May he
Oh, I guess that's not the
soul.
class.
and grant it mercy.
And granted mercy.
Wait, is that Demon Hunter?
What are you doing here? This is
No, it can't be.
time.
But this is confession.
So it's a rogue or an Amazon.
I
Probably.
have sinned.
Or assassin.
I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate.
Okay, rogue. It sounds like rogue.
I strayed from your light, found my trade in the shadows.
Hell yeah. Yes!
They call it murder. I say,
Dude, I love Rogue so much.
done.
It's like a combination of Rogue and Assassin, which is fucking awesome. I love both those classes. Okay.
I am a thief. A heretic.
It said Rogue right there, right there? Right? In the subtitles, it said Rogue.
Save me.
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Oh,
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is...
Dude, this is fucking awesome.
For you.
Heavens. I assure you, Father. The heavens didn't send me.
Yes! Let's go. Dude. Holy shit, I'm so excited for freaking Diablo 4 right now. And they have traps. This is literally a combination of my favorite two classes. Rogue in Diablo 1 and Assassin in Diablo 2. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. Fuck yeah.
Just the sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo.
Dude.
Even seeing them come back
If they bring back Eaglehorn, it's over. It's over.
Served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original Rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first. And
This
the
is so
Rogue
awesome,
takes
dudes.
it to a whole new level. From the beginning, the Rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation.
Dude, that's so
Our
awesome.
goal is to let you create the kind of rogue
Because, like,
that you
I mean,
want.
yeah,
Whether it's an unrivaled
in Diablo 1,
modeled after the
you could make a
original
melee
system,
rogue if you wanted
or a
to,
cloak
but
and
Bow is,
dagger
like,
rogue
by
from
far
the
superior.
darkest alleys of Chaldeum.
And then an
Diablo 4,
Assassin in
you
Diablo
will have the
2
freedom to create the rogue that you imagine.
was basically a
by
melee
customizing
rogue.
the looks,
And this
the
is
background, and the
a combination of the
playstyle
two,
of your
basically.
character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where
I'll be here.
be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the rogue class, as well as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show.
Yeah, it's PvP. We know that stuff.
Diablo 4
So we're
is
going to show
not
off
the
some
only
PvP.
Diablo game we're talking about today.
Here we go, Diablo Immortal!
If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered.
Hell yeah,
Diablo
let's go.
Immortal has
Show me
everything you'd expect from
the
a
Crusader,
AAA
bro.
action RPG. From the visceral combat,
All right, we got some
and
Monk.
epic loot, to an all-new story, bridging the gap
This is all
between
stuff
the
we've seen
events of
before.
Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things
Okay, we're
they
gonna have some
learned
more stuff,
from the recent alpha test and
Immortal
what's next for the game.
later
But
today.
that's still not all. we have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover.
Release date?
When you hear us talk about the classes, the
Okay.
items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe
Yeah.
you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about
Oh, D2
them
remastered.
on Mephisto or
Yeah,
Bill
here we go.
one more
D2
time.
remastered. Or
maybe
D2,
even
whatever
for
it's
the
called.
first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years. If so, we have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed they didn't show the Crusader or Necromancer yet, but I guess we got more Diablo Immortal stuff later.
Lord of Terror. Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
Here it is. Oh, wow, that looks good. That looks really good. Holy shit, that looks good. Whoa. Let's go. Does that look better than D3? That looks better than D3, doesn't it? I feel like this looks better than D3. Yeah, that looks way better than D3. On PC and consoles with cross progression. Holy shit. And there we go, the druid and werewolf form. Holy shit, look how cool Diablo looks. Oh my god. Yeah, console too. It's come 2020 this year.
After more than 20 years,
Holy shit.
Dark Wanderer.
Where are these dates? Where are the actual release dates,
Once
though?
again, he travels
Come on, Blizzard.
east. Always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster.
Dude, it looks so good. It looks way better than Diablo 3.
The expansion, Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes.
Oh, shit. Cinematics, too?
Recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies.
Dude.
Blizzard has a long history of
I feel like
games that
they're
were
just not
powerful.
giving any release dates
And when we
today or
think
something.
about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice.
Dude, are they going to call
And so we're excited
mobile?
to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console,
Okay.
along with cross progression.
I thought he was going to announce
those of
Resurrected on mobile.
who are in love with the original,
That'd be fucking crazy.
and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D
Yeah, we
form,
need those release dates.
much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner
I mean,
Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look.
Let me check in on that channel, see if
From
this is
Diablo 2 Resurrected
not something we're missing.
to
Okay.
Burning Crusade Classic to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, It's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences,
They did say there's going to be more Diablo Immortal
a
later.
very small percentage of our developers working on these projects.
This is just the start. We got about 2.5 more hours.
On the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course
Freaking
of this
D2
year and
looks so good, though.
If you
Holy
had
crap.
asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current
I'm going to be so
Blizzard
mad if they release
Advances in
Diablo
technology are
2
one thing,
and Diablo Immortal at the
really
same
what
time,
those
though.
advances
I know that would be the best way to actually, you know,
think about the people who play games and
make
the
both
communities
the hardcore PC and the hardcore mobile people happy. But for those of us that are hardcore PC and hardcore mobile, that would suck.
their identity and celebrate
That would suck
who
so much.
they are through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports. It would have been hard to imagine any of that 30 years ago. And at Blizzard, that is what excites us about the next 30 years. There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about. The rest,
Yeah, I don't think they should
look
do
forward
any
to
more
talking to you about
remasters, to be honest.
when the time is right.
I mean, honestly, actually,
Just like the
Warcraft
real
2
the worlds of Warcraft,
remastered would
Diablo,
actually be cool.
StarCraft, Heroes of the
But
Storm, Overwatch,
yeah, the other
Hearthstone
games don't need anything.
are diverse, expansive, and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds.
Hey, Greg, will you post a
welcome
picture
more
on which
players
date we'll
more
launch the
places
games,
in
just in case if
and we
you...
aspire
Yeah.
to
If they do
continue to
announce
lead
it, I
our
will...
priorities like
I'll post
accessibility,
a
toxicity
picture of it.
and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King or beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when
But
we
I think
dig
a
out
Diablo
those
3
experiences
Classic
with
would be
others,
pretty cool, to be
we
honest.
can't help but see the similarities between us and feel
I
what's
kind of miss
possible
the
when we play
original
together.
Diablo 3.
Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited.
Are you...
quite
Dude...
yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and
Ah,
experiences,
what a
our
tease.
hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are,
So he's saying, yeah,
where
there's
you're
new
from,
IPs, but he's not
they are
announcing
spaces
anything
where you
yet.
can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year.
This is a big year.
And the next
Dude, the
30
Rogue
Now,
in Diablo 4,
what's coming next for the show? Well,
Diablo 2.
it depends on where you watch. For those of you looking for an update on Overwatch, check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2.
I'm surprised. I
over
thought they
on
were
their
going to have some
dedicated
Overwatch
channel
announcements
right after the conclusion
on
of
the
opening ceremony.
opening ceremony.
There, you'll hear about Overwatch 2, new content, new features.
All right,
including new
Exodia.
maps,
See you later.
hero
Thanks for
missions,
hanging around.
talent trees, and more of what we think
We'll
will make
let you
Overwatch
know
2
what you missed.
a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels. And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to Blizzconline. Be good to one another. Welcome home.
Ah, man.
Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous BlizzCon headliner.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're Metallica. Thanks for having us at BlizzCon 2014. We would love to be there this year, but obviously can't be.
Okay.
So
They're going to play.
here we are, and this is for you.
All right, boys. I'm going to take a quick break while this is playing, and then more Diablo content will pick up here in just a short moment. I just realized I probably should muted this. Yeah, because copyright stuff. Alright, bye-bye, boys. Alright, so let's go over to Diablo. Did they say anything about Diablo? Yeah, they did mention Diablo Immortal a couple of times. They said there's going to be some more stuff later today about Diablo Immortal, but yeah, they didn't really say very much about Diablo Immortal. It's kind of hard to say which one of these will be Diablo Immortal. So we got opening ceremony, Carba. Oh. This isn't the actual. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Diablo What's Next is what's coming. Guess we're gonna watch some Carbot for a little bit. So Diablo What's Next for the next half an hour. Then we got the voice of Deckard Cain, voice actor. And then Roundtable, which I believe is about Diablo 2. And I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this one's like about art and stuff right here. All right, let's see which of these streams is ahead. This one's Zerg and Protoss. This is Warcraft 2. This one's StarCraft. This one's still on StarCraft.
Your death will.
I think this one's ahead. Pretty sure this one's ahead. Or wait, I think maybe the Twitch one might be ahead. Yeah, the Twitch one's ahead. Pretty sure. It's hard to tell. A lot of these animations look very similar. We just got to see which one actually starts the next segment first. I think the Twitch stream is ahead though.
Hungers for your soul.
Let's refresh this just to see if it gets head.
Your time has come.
Carbot is a hard-working dude, man. Crazy the amount of work he puts into these. Diablo 3.
Strange.
Greetings to you. Seems you're ready for the real thing.
Any chance that Rogue comes to Immortal? Yeah, definitely. And one of the interviews or something with Wyatt and some of the Diablo Immortal developers, they said there's infinite possibility for adding more and more classes to the game. Alright, so the Twitch stream is ahead. So we're going to swap over to the Twitch stream here. Which is nice because we'll be able to see Twitch chat.
I'm Rod Ferguson, the new executive producer of the Diablo
Here we go.
franchise, and I feel very lucky to be here with you today. For the first time, Blizzard has brought all the different Diablo games, old and new, under one umbrella. And as head of the franchise, my goal is to make sure that no matter what you play on, no matter where you play, you can look forward to many years of
Still no
unforgettable
release
Diablo
date, Voldemort.
Speaking of which, We'd like to take the next couple of hours to have a little fun and bring you up to date on 3 Diablo games we have in development.
So we're talking about all 3 games.
3. Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, and announced today, Diablo 2 Resurrected. First up is our Diablo 4 deep dive, followed by a visit from a very dear old friend. Trust me when I say you'll
So
want
Diablo
to
4 deep
stay
dive
a while
is first.
and listen.
I guess Diablo Immortal will be second. It's probably mostly going to be about PvP and the Rogue.
Last BlizzCon 2019. We've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of Blizzconline on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics.
Wait, another new class?
Mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream.
There's no way there's going to show another new class.
It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue announce video.
There's been some Diablo Immortal mentions. Little Diablo Immortal stuff here and there. Oh, they're re-showing the whole thing? Okay. In case you guys missed it, this is the reveal of the Rogue in Diablo 4. It's pretty sick. I mean, I'm a bit biased because I love the Rogue in Diablo 1 and I love the Assassin in Diablo 2, and this looks like the perfect combination of both of those classes. I love the ears, man. Old school Diablo. If you guys don't know, like, if you guys didn't play any old, like, Diablo 1, Diablo 2 games, they had PvP, and whenever you killed a player, their ear would drop. It would say, like, ear of whatever your name is, like, 69 YOLO Swagbaggins ear. And you could pick it up and just kind of, like, save people's ears as trophies to say, hey, I fucking killed this dude. God damn, she looks badass though.
I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, father.
Are people actually hating on Diablo Immortal right now? I haven't seen much hate. I mean, the initial announcement, yeah, it got a lot of hate, but it got a lot of good feedback from the alpha. I think people are coming around.
Then we are settled, and you owe me.
The name you seek is...
Oh, I wasn't watching chat when they talked about it.
Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Yeah, I can turn it up more. I turned it down because we've seen it already, but I guess some of you haven't seen it yet. See if we notice anything new here. A roll? Oh yeah. Diablo 4 has, like, every character has a roll ability, right? Lots of climbing, jumping, mount. Traps. Dude, that ability, one of the abilities back there that we saw looked a lot like a Path of Exile ability. Nice rain of arrows. Dude, who was that boss though? we're gonna have to do a slow-mo look at this after the stream. I just cranked up the volume because people wanted to hear it cranked up. Go back down.
Wow, I love that ending. There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then,
oh shit, that was sick.
And that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end. It's like, oh.
That ear box never gets old. You know, I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World
Yes,
PvP
D2.
later in the segment,
This is
but
Diablo
ears are
4 right
definitely making
here.
a comeback.
But yeah, they
let's
did
go back to the
announce
classes. There's
D2
just
Resurrected.
Nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes.
Yeah, I mean,
the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
The D2 Resurrected looks really good too.
I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of
I feel like we're going to be playing Diablo for the next 5 years, 10 years maybe, between all the games that are coming out.
So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
Dude, that's so sick.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it's like, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animation.
Was that an eagle horn?
You think about the druid and shape-shifting, or the barbarian with sort of, you know, his leap attacks.
So I haven't really kept up on Diablo 4
you can't really do with other classes.
content.
I love that you can start
So I don't know
from such a
if what we're seeing here is new or not,
wearing
but
the red armor, you kind of look like part of the.
because I've been actually trying to avoid Diablo 4 stuff. I don't want to get too excited about it because I know it's not coming for a very long time.
Scars, make that rogue your own. Or if your fantasy of the rogue is a more traditional RPG outlaw, you're definitely able to create that and put on your kind of hood.
But yeah, Alan, I'll definitely stream D2 Resurrected here.
And the character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, you know, the class of your dreams or your nightmares.
Dude, she looks badass.
I was honestly super nervous about when we started because we never had this in a Diablo
so much
game,
customization, holy crap.
One of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and fun looks, and you can be that you know, tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of, you know, sort of like
undercover
with good morals.
Thief with good morals.
One of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this niche to fill in the class lineup.
Thanks, dude.
That spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea.
Yeah, if you guys are liking the stream, don't forget to hit the like button if you're on YouTube, or follow if you're on Twitch, and all that good stuff.
We took that a little bit of a step further. We really
pushing all those buttons helps a lot, and it's free.
Just have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit when you see a player use it, and
actually,
that makes you want to reroll that class because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations are combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
I like Shadow Realm because I take the problem and I make
become immune for 1 second and pull target enemy. Oh, nice.
Shadow Realm and
that's that is pretty sick.
And then I come back in. I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
Become immune to everything, and you pull them into the Shadow Realm. What? This is fucking Yu-Gi-Oh.
Players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. If you're quick to draw, this is the specialization for you. I'm just like a little bit skill capped there, and you know, like every time I try to make it work, I'm just
What's up, Red
a little
Man?
bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon, and it requires a
Reminds
really,
of
strong
Drake's
assess
Song
what's
Online.
happening
I've never played
all
that.
around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization.
Combo
As you might
points.
expect, this ability lets you build multiple.
So this is like
combo
an
points,
assassin,
which enhances
maybe.
defender's effectiveness in combat.
Kinda,
Basically,
well, not
it's
really,
getting
but
to this
kinda.
Rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender lets you build up to these
Yeah,
big moments.
that's basically like the
almost makes
assassin
like a
in
rhythm
Diablo
game
2.
out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find and do class
I don't know what
specific
the
quests that no other
Death by
class can
Bunnies
do,
is talking
whether
about.
it's the
D2R
Sisterhood,
is
the
going to have like
Cyber
5
Shy,
players.
the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or
That dude's
the
crazy.
mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar. Depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you or you find more powerful, you'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization, which then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. It just gives the class such huge variety in builds and playstyles.
Yeah, it's going to have
Ties
some sick
into
builds
the
for the
overall
rogue.
aspect. The ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skazglen, which is up in
Oh, that's
north,
cool.
It's more of like a broadsword. It's
Weapon
sort of
types
like
based on
this-
region?
It's a subtle thing, but I think it really, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the
Yo,
place.
King Cobra,
And
thanks
so
for the
giving
follow.
That sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, is just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would,
Appreciate it, dude.
come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot, all the way to we expanded it to feel a little grittier.
Yeah, it's funny, like
to things
in
like
D2, the mercenaries actually had better
just the ability to take any sort of
better
attack,
bow skills
mix and match with
than
those
the other
imbues.
classes.
Once that kind of clicked for me, that I could take any ability and imbue it with, either of those elements. Rain of Arrows with Frost and Rain of Arrows with Acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love Poison Imbue because of the gruesome.
I think Immortal will
all the
be.
monsters experience. And we've had a ton
So
of
how long?
fun
Wait, let
making
me
that art,
look at the
so it's
schedule
always
again,
fun
real
to
quick.
kind of see the, just a field of goatmen melt into nothing. You just kill everything on the screen in a.
Because they did mention Immortal here.
Never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with Flurry and Shadow Step as kind of your melee skills.
So I
and you
thought
kind of
Immortal
need
would actually
more,
be part
crowd
of this
control.
segment, but
Without changing your playstyle, you can just add.
Oh,
Frost
wait.
to your
They
bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a.
All right, sorry for anyone that's interested in this right now, but they actually updated the schedule, so they actually have a Diablo Immortal segment right here, which will be in about 25 minutes. Diablo Immortal Alpha and Beyond. 25 minutes.
Your chill spells and your frost imbued chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So just ask to open with Blizzard before you frost imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows.
Dude, that's so sick.
The rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops.
You good,
They
Red
can
Man? You
basically
just like repeating the
control
same stuff over and
fluid
over?
motion
Or?
of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization,
Like, I don't mind that, like,
whether it's the play style, whether it's the range at which you engage.
but
with
if you want
enemies,
attention,
whether it's the
I mean, just ask a
cosmetics,
question or
just
something.
The sheer mobility of the class lets
Dude,
you
holy
adapt to
crap.
situations. Even when you would have totally
She can teleport
been
that
poised
far?
as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities like Dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage. in a
Oh,
way
that's
that
so
gets
sick
you
with
out
the,
of a
like,
very dangerous situation by picking that one lone
The little, like,
skeleton
shadow
archer
clones
that maybe it's not surrounded by everything
firing
else.
at the
You
same
can
time.
Shadow Step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a rogue thing to do.
Yeah, that's good. This is my character, 100%.
Like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless. And
This is
almost
got like
sometimes
100% gonna be my
when I go into Shadow
my first
Realm and I'm dashing,
D4 character.
I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team.
I mean, I know what
play
lol
rogue,
means.
and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might
But
be with
like,
a
I don't
group
see a lot of
friends, and
lulls. Like,
just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows.
oh
that
shit, we're
cross
gonna
the view,
see some
and
PvP.
Before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share.
I'm sorry, I missed the
a new edition of the
broadcast.
Campfire.
Please tell me.
And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say. there's
Okay,
gonna be
yeah,
more
Diablo
Rogue
Immortal
at
will be in
Campfire.
about 20 minutes.
That's right, and that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which
Dude.
I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community.
I remember
And we're
Diablo
today
2 when I was
talk to you about
13, playing
Diablo
24
4
hours
in
at
the
a
open
time
world.
from your dad's house.
Now, I think
Oh yeah.
maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about? What we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature? What mechanic? What are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally. That's the way I play, and I love.
Sucks that they're
exploring
freaking
and
hiding
every
the
single
mini
little
map
journey.
though.
The more
I want to
this
see the
game
mini map.
has been growing, particularly since last BlizzCon. The more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly
Yeah,
can.
it's so cool to
It's
have mounts
really
in a
fun, I
Diablo
think,
game.
Now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game, when you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously. But now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together? Like being able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So, I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world from completing puzzles or
Oh,
just
there's a
locations,
collection, a mount
or
collection
slaying certain
aspect.
particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get, and
Oh my
trophies
god,
to
there's
show off
definitely
your
going to be
accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make
microtransactions
sure
for
you can
these.
personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, and it's really cool that like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run, and it's something I like to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
And I mean, there's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress. We showed her dismount skill Ice Dash, where she shoots forward
that's a
off
good
her mount
question,
and
Fun
destroys
Kitty.
everything in her path. Well, with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun
Will
with it. And the
D2
animation department's
Resurrected
done a
beat
fantastic job
Path of Exile?
having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything.
Dude, that's a good question.
It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the frame and then starting to like
This is
stab
so
people,
freaking
poison
cool.
people. Like that is spot on what we're looking
These
for. Being able
skills
to jump
feel
in,
like
engage
so much
with
more
enemies,
powerful
from
than
your
the
horse,
Diablo
and then
3
just
counterparts.
Fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a.
I mean, I use dude as gender neutral personally,
when
but
you do want to use that skill in order to prevent.
I mean, yeah, dudette. if you prefer
a
it.
little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it.
It's a good question though.
Appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go, and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited
I think
about
the main argument there is like how much content will they be adding? Like, are they
strongholds of evil out in the overworld?
Are they gonna just go beyond and above what Diablo 2 already has and keep adding
when Malthael rose to power,
more end game activities and things like that?
Throughout Sanctuary.
That's the question.
A tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here. Decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, the undead, have started to resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really neat. Each of them have their own story. They're their own unique place in the world.
Unlike quests are something that happens randomly in the world, and you can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent fixture that you as a player, when you come across that evil, you can actually have a real impact on the open world that everyone else can see, because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that you basically unlock that camp and you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself, but suddenly all the marketplaces open up, and now you have a blacksmith vendor. And
dude, this sounds way too complicated for me right now.
What we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu.
I wonder if Diablo Immortal had. Yeah, I actually wondered that myself. If Diablo Immortal will have mounts and pets, I feel like it should.
Bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community, and the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals.
I heard they'll add a new X pack to D2 as a surprise.
And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community,
I did,
but not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be new quest givers, new stories.
Dude, this sounds so much like Division right now. Division 2.
Some of these places afterwards, there's all kinds
but yeah,
of things that occur after you take
Fun Kitty, yeah. I did hear some rumors about it, the canceled expansion for Diablo 2 that might
these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems.
Maybe reappear in Resurrected.
Camps, and in general, the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically
Thanks
as
for
well
the
as
follow.
horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
Dude, the movement speed, I like the movement speed.
Their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
If this is the default movement speed, I think it's really really nice movement speed.
The plane that you typically see as not only as a developer, as an animator,
dude, you can just jump from everywhere,
There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make.
That's the worst thing in the Diablo game is getting stuck in a dead end.
That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you're very excited about PvP.
Oh shit, here we go.
PvP. I love the first time that we all actually.
Guys, Diablo Immortal starts in 15 minutes.
Because the amount of feedback that generated, I think it took design 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone they either love it or they hate it, and I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So
release date on D2? Oh, goodness.
The hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell, and has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into. That
when did D2 originally release? June?
And makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred.
I think D2 originally released in June, right?
So these are optional places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can.
Okay, wait. I need to listen to this.
From completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these.
I'm kind of mad they don't have subtitles for these.
And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an
it's obviously pre-recorded.
They're in a basic state.
Why don't they have subtitles?
Bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby small encampments around the fields of hatred. And what's really neat about that is that when you're trying to purify these things, that's when everybody nearby finds out and hears like, oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete the purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish.
Okay.
Once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But before they're purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that
That's crazy.
Even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas.
She's excited about
collect
everything.
the shards
Yeah.
of hatreds from specifically monsters.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
second,
She
you need to
basically
then
says that
turn
about
them in
everything.
And purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content. You actually are hostile yourself and actually can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the shards of hatred are used for like some of the vendors you could find in the fields of hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game, but stuff that really like speaks to your desire as a PvP player.
So,
And I think
that's
one
pretty
thing that's
crazy.
Kind of neat about the system in general is that
So it's like
as a player, if you
PvP specific currency to
betray the players who are near you, try to
get special mounts and stuff like that.
You're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And
What?
You're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now,
Vessel of hatred.
Everyone within
gain enough
very
hatred
large
by
radius
killing
of you
players.
is able to see you as a threat on the map.
Oh,
And
it's
they're
like a
gonna get bonus
bounty
for killing you.
bounty hunting
So
system.
when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or
Dude, this is so
defeat
cool.
your, people who are coming to try
That's
to destroy
actually
you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our play
Really,
tests
really
already.
nice,
So we're, like, kind of wrestling for this status and then
system
trying to,
to
defend it once they
encourage
actually achieve
PvP.
it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the
Okay,
ears
sorry.
for 1
Let me
gold.
let me catch up on chat real quick. She's better than PoE. Yes, better than D3. Yes.
Cool trophy that you get to collect.
Wait, King Cobra says.
Right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about
Oh, how do you think
Diablo
the
ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously.
How do you think the
being able to
Necromancer will
see,
be
like,
in
the
D2 remaster, Diablo Immortal,
from
and
seeing
D4?
their character names on there was always
I'm
like
not.
a really
I mean,
interesting, fun part.
I guess we don't really know if the Necromancer will be in D4.
We want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great.
Necromancer in D2 is very, very powerful, or was very, very powerful. I liked
I love that it is such a
that class a lot.
of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventure.
It's questionable what it's going to be like in Diablo Immortal, though.
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot
Better than
to
Grim
look
Dawn.
forward to in the free
Grim Dawn's a
time.
really good game.
Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking to you more about this game and others in the future.
All right, catch up on chat. Did they announce a release date? No, they did not announce any release dates yet. They did confirm
Dolby is a proud partner of Blizzconline.
Diablo Immortal and D2 Resurrected will be releasing this year, though, in 2021. But no specific dates just yet. What will everyone's first Diablo Immortal class be? I think mine will maybe be Crusader. But I also want to mess around with Wizard a bit. Maybe Necromancer, who knows? I think Crusader, Necromancer, or Wizard. Okay, this is just bridging the gap between the Diablo 4 and the Diablo Immortal stuff. So Diablo Immortal will be starting in about 10 minutes. Okay. I think I missed a couple other stuff a little bit earlier. Was there... So Lex Sargon says he's going to go for Wizard and second Barbarian. King Cobra says he's going for Necromancer first and then Barbarian and maybe a Crusader. Wizard and Diablo Immortal looks kind of broken in a good way. Yeah, the coolest thing about the Wizard that and Diablo Immortal that we've seen so far is like the skill combinations But they've said like other classes have combos too, even though the players did not really discover any, at least not in alpha. Idzavek is leading Crusader. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna like Crusader a lot, but I'm gonna play them all. Like I'm gonna play them all for sure. I'm just not really sure what my main is gonna be. I feel like it's either gonna be Crusader, Necro, or Wizard. Okay.
PC game that I
Let's
ever
listen.
played that got me so hooked and made me feel like I could officially call myself a gamer. When I'm thinking about what makes a great game, if I step out of looking at it clinically like a person who's in the industry, when I'm just playing a game for fun, it's when I feel just completely immersed. I become a part of that world. I become
Immersion is very important.
The character that I'm playing. It stays with you. You wake up in the morning and you
This
think,
chat is so
I've gotta
toxic,
get back
dude.
into that world that I felt so connected
Does this chat have
to.
any
I
moderators?
could name off a lot of games that I've worked on that have really made me proud. But one thing I've become very passionate about is creating great game experiences with diverse representation. I've been a gamer all my life, and it was disappointing at times to not have heroes who looked like me. Now I think we're seeing how ubiquitous gaming is, and there are people from all walks of life who play games.
That's why I always played a dark elf.
So no matter who
As a
you
dark-skinned
are or
person.
where you're from, you have a way to be a part of our community.
Noob Fanny, you've never played any Diablo game? You're missing out. You gotta play Diablo. Play any Diablo game. Oh, I forgot about this voice of Deckard Cain little segment.
Hi, this is Michael Goff, the voice
Oh, here he
of
is.
Deckard Cain. And I invite you to stay a while and listen.
Alright, so this is gonna take up the next 6-7 minutes or so until Diablo Immortal starts.
Said, we're working on something else. Had no idea what it was. And they said, we have this character that we're thinking about, and we just would like to see if you could read a few lines here and do a quick audition.
What genders mainly?
So, I mean, there was a little bit of a
So
description. This older kind of...
I usually play male characters in my games, but I'm not opposed to playing female characters.
Older Sean Connery was a nice clue to work with.
But it's
It sort of gave you...
I actually never drew that connection between Sean Connery and Deckard Cain.
Deckard evolved. There
But
was
yeah,
a
it sounds
depth
pretty
of
similar.
Layers to his character in the beginning, but his sound, it just sort of...
But as a content creator now, I feel like it's actually, even as a male content creator, it seems like you,
So he would just kind
especially for like YouTube thumbnails and stuff, if you have a female character, it's you get more views. So I might start playing more female characters.
As time went on, he just became himself in D2, beyond just being the iconic functionality character that he had been in the beginning. He's got his own issues.
Okay, turning it up in case you guys want to
pleasure and a
actually
joy
listen to this a
be
little bit
able
more.
To just have more to grab onto and a greater range of emotional reality. He became both
Trying to catch up on chat though at the same time.
empathetic and more impatient. There were desperate actions that needed to be taken, and there isn't much time left, and no one's listening. And of course, you know, having Leah come into his life kind of changed things. He maybe softened a little bit, but he was more determined than ever to make sure that the light was not going to be extinguished. I think the thing that really is Deckard's hallmark is that he cares deeply about the world of Diablo, the history, the lore, and what's happening.
It's gonna be weird.
Him. It's a blessing and a curse because
Could be really weird to
him, then who?
have Diablo
Nobody.
4 without
And as
Deckard
dark
Cain.
And as horrible as things are, he does believe that there is a pinprick of light in the darkness that he can help expand and open up. Some people have said that even, going back to D1, just the fact that he was there as a companion really helped them. I was surprised initially how people feel about Deckard Cain. I mean, I'm really grateful, whatever impact this character may have had on people, that it's as widespread as it is. I mean, I think the world needs Deckard Cain now and forever.
Agreed. I hope. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna bring Deckard, if they can bring Deckard Cain into Diablo 4. I don't think it's actually
Sanctuary was a world trapped between the two sides
possible.
of the eternal
It'd be pretty
conflict.
cool though if they did.
It was filled with beauty and danger. A little too much danger, if you ask me.
Vacation spots in
Tristram,
Sanctuary.
of course, was lovely, though these days perhaps not the ideal landing place for a vacation. Perhaps Chaldeum. I do recall they had excellent food in Chaldeum, although I was almost killed there, too.
Do you believe Diablo will ever return?
Oh, heavens, I hope not. I am now in the charge of a young child named Leah. It is my responsibility to protect her from witnessing any of the horrific and soul-robbing sights that I have experienced over my life.
Do you think demons will return to Sanctuary?
There is an ancient prophecy that says humanity shall enjoy peace and happiness forevermore. That's a joke. I expect we shall see them return soon enough. Or perhaps
That was good.
they've never left.
Have you ever wanted to visit the Burning Hills?
Have you gone insane? Why would I ever want to go there? Have I not suffered enough? Well, I did visit Pandemonium once, and I lived to tell about it. That's more than most mortals can claim. But that was enough for me.
Do you think angels are worthy of trust?
Oh, I do so certainly hope so. They must be better than demons, eh? At least I'm sure
Mobile
we'll
or
never
PS4
see
or
an
PS?
angel wipe out
They did
half of
confirm
humanity again.
D2 Resurrected
Perhaps I should not have
for
said
consoles.
that out loud.
Didn't say specifically which though. What can you tell us about Lilith, daughter of hatred?
Ancient myths, as I recall, say that she helped create the world of Sanctuary, and for that we are eternally grateful. She is also
Lilith and
rumored
Anarius.
to be quite devious, yes. But she was sealed into the abyss long ago. I doubt we shall ever see her return. Oh no. I should not have said that.
Also, no,
So,
Lexargon, they
I
did
want to
not
thank
leak
you
the two characters
staying
in
a
Diablo
while
Immortal.
and listening to me rattle on. Enjoy Blizzconline 2021, and I will see you sometime in the future.
Future?
Or the past. I'm not sure which is which anymore.
That was awesome. Yeah, it's good. It would be really weird to
My thanks
have
dev team for that update on our new class, the
no
Rogue,
Deckard
and
Cain
even more
in
details about our new
D4.
open world features. You know, I just have to say I love
All right, guys,
Rogue.
Diablo
It's a
Immortal.
little Diablo 1 Rogue mixed with the D2 Assassin, mixed with the D3 Demon
Yes!
Hunter, with some
Yes!
exciting new elements added just for D4.
That's
And I also
exactly
wanna
what I
thank
thought,
Michael
too.
Goff for his Deckard Cain AMA. It's hard to believe, but I first met Michael
Rogue
15
with
years ago
Assassin
when I cast him
and
as Carmine in
a
Gears
little bit of
War.
Demon Hunter.
And so it's great to work with him again, but this time as Deckard Cain, your heroic guide through Diablo Immortal. And speaking of Immortal, We had a limited public tech alpha last December, and I had a lot of fun playing over the
Here we go.
break.
Diablo Immortal.
Apparently, our playtesters did too.
If you're
killing
asleep,
over
wake up.
70 million monsters in just 2 weeks. Diablo Immortal is sanctuary as you've never seen it before. Now, a persistent online multiplayer world, and we can't wait until you get it in your hands. So let's get into it. Next up, Diablo content creator Bloodshed sits down with the Immortal dev team to talk about his impressions of the tech alpha test and to answer all of his questions. And after that, we'll enter the dark and twisted world of the legendary artist Braum to learn more about his Diablo work and what inspires him.
Shit. So this is just a Q&A, there's no...
What's up, everybody? Bloodshed here. If you don't know me, I'm a Diablo content
news?
creator. I love the hell out of Diablo ever since I was a little kid, grinding legendaries all night, way past my bedtime. As an adult, I still do that, but I also run a full-time Twitch
still
stream
hopeful.
and a YouTube channel where we make build guides, educational videos. Because of all this, I've been able to build an amazing community, and I have the opportunity today to talk to some of the Diablo Immortal developers. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Bloodshed? Should we refer to you as Blood or Mr. Shed?
Mr. Shed.
Mr. Shed might be too formal. We'll go with Bloodshed. It's fine.
Okay, great. Well, Bloodshed, I'm Caleb, the lead producer.
Damn, Caleb's
on Diablo
lost some
Immortal.
weight.
Hey, Bloodshed. My name's Wyatt Chang. I'm the lead designer on Diablo Immortal. Thanks for making this time so we could talk about the game.
Yeah, I'm super excited to kind of delve into Immortal here.
Yeah, and you were actually part of the technical alpha, right? You had a chance to play.
Yeah, I played, I think, over 100 hours. I was grinding, yeah.
I was over
Burning the thumbs
150,
and
by the way.
screen. It was fun. It was a lot of grinding, but I had a good time with it.
I know some people kind of picked a class and went really deep, and some people played a breadth, kind of played them all. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes, all the way to max level, even grinded out a little bit of Paragon in each of them. But I think my favorite was Wizard. I spent the most time on Wizard. What was your guys' favorite class?
So my favorite class is the Monk. I love the mobility. I like just getting in and out and
Let's see if we see any
destroying whole packs of mobs together.
new footage here,
that feels
anything
really
new
good,
at all.
But I think like in terms of fantasy fulfillment, my favorite would have to be the Barbarian. I just love that it's like the meat potatoes, pop demons with my axes feeling, and so sort of like nothing takes that place in my heart. So my answer is cheating. It's 2.
Every time we do a playtest of some kind, I like to play a different class. So this time around, it was time for some Barbarian love. And I played Barbarian up to max and played some Paragon after that. Had a good time with it. I love some of the legendary items on the Barbarian. I got, there was one sweet legendary I found that it was every time you use Hammer of the Ancients, it would summon an Ancient to fight alongside you. And then I got another legendary item that gave Hammer of the Ancients 2 charges, so I could actually like double up on those, and that was super fun.
Yeah, I had a Twister legendary that turned it into a giant tornado, and that was really cool. I was just running through the Elder Rifts, gathering up all the mobs, and then just using this big tornado. It's like as big as the almost screen. It's a really awesome one. A lot of the abilities I notice have like a dual purpose. Like with Monk, you can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard, you can place like an ice crystal, and then reflect the Ray of Frost off the crystal, and then just do this big AoE to all the enemies in the area. What was it like designing all that interaction?
Still really
that we don't
nothing
have in other
new.
games?
I'm looking
when it comes to designing the skills
at the same time right
for
now,
Diablo
like,
Immortal,
for some new
we
stuff.
definitely want to make sure that we're bringing something new. You know, in a lot of ways,
website and things like
it's
that.
good when the classes feel familiar, and sometimes it fits like an old glove. People love to have their Barbarian with Whirlwind and Whirlwind through enemies. It's such a classic. People would always want to look for that. It's also really important that we have new experiences, and I think things like the Ice Crystal and the kick that you mentioned are really important. You want some things that are new, some things that are improved over previous, and some things that are familiar and comfortable. And I think the right mix of all three when it comes to class skills is what lets us have, honoring the Diablo legacy while still pushing in new directions.
One thing I definitely want to dive into is the speed, like the progression speed. It really gives me like D3 vanilla vibes where, legendaries aren't dropping left and right. And like everything you get, you're so grateful because you don't get that many items or like crafting materials. Like you're always kind of thirsty, and then it feels really good when you get it, you know. Was this all kind of planned, this pacing? Is this what's you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you always want to have a good pacing of reward, but you really want those random moments to be exciting as well. So for us, finding a new legendary item is that surprise, right? It's like, oh, sweet, I got a legendary. And if it's happening too often, then it's not as exciting anymore. But we also want to make sure that you're feeling like every play session was worth it. And so, well, that's where systems like Paragon and Gear Rank Up come in.
I didn't realize they're
If I play
using
for
content
15 to
creators.
30 minutes and I don't see a legendary item, I've still managed to
Assets here.
advance my
I wonder if they're
character in
actually,
other ways.
if any of
So
these
you
have
tend to
actually
have
been
that,
mine,
like,
even though I haven't
predictable
really been
reward that
looking.
you can count on, but then you also have those moments of excitement that come from an awesome drop.
When I hit max level on my wizard, I was bummed because I'm like, no frozen orb, like that's so iconic, right? And then I got a legendary that turned it into frozen orb, and I was like, this is cool. Like it kind of makes you think like anything's possible because you can just kind of modify the skills to become other skills.
Yeah. And you know,
Squirtle,
there's something super exciting
nothing for
about
release dates
finding
yet.
a
No.
legendary that you didn't even know existed in the game. You know, it's almost like the magic that existed during technical alpha. You know, nowadays sometimes we play and all the information is available on the internet, and you can look it up, and you sometimes you even know what item you want beforehand. I think one of the things that kind of made the technical alpha special was people being genuinely surprised, like, what? I didn't know that this was in the game. You know, I think that's awesome. And I also think, you know, there's a lot of people who play games and they don't look stuff up on the internet beforehand, and they'll get that experience and that feeling. And we're hoping that, you know, with a little bit of a slowed down pace of legendaries and kind of having the skills and the legendary items be easy to understand, people can really have that discovery process as they play the game.
I think that's one reason why I had so much fun too in the alpha, like you said, is it's a full Diablo game. It's like you're getting a brand new Diablo game, and everything's new, and we're discovering stuff left and right, and you get that like new player feeling all over again. And I'm sure we don't even have all the game yet.
Yeah, it's like a kid in the candy store, right? It's just everything wide-eyed and awesome.
One of my favorite things about Immortal is the variety. There's so many different things to do. And as you're leveling, you get to a point where you can't really continue until you do some other quest grinding. I like it because I can go do bounties or, you know, run some Elder Rifts. Was like the break intentional?
Yeah, great question. It was absolutely intentional. A couple of reasons for that. You know, in Diablo 3, Greater Rifts were great. They're really fun, but some of the feedback that we got was that people wanted a bigger variety of things to do. You know, there's sometimes just, you know, a lot of a good thing can still, you know, leave you wanting to do other activities. And in Diablo Immortal, we said, okay, well, let's make use of our outdoor world. Let's make use of these instanced dungeons that we've created. Let's give players a variety of activities to do. The other reason to have this variety of activities is one of the goals for Diablo Immortal is we really want to double down on progression. We want there to be lots of ways for people to meaningfully progress their character all the time. And so we have, you know, we have the gem system, and we have legendary gems, and we have...
I guess like what they're doing here is they brought Bloodshed on because he has a huge audience. So like 400. How many freaking YouTube subscribers does he have? I don't know. A huge audience. And they want to, you know, use him as a spokesperson from Diablo 3 to tell people that, you know, Diablo Immortal is a good game because, you know, I'm a D3 player. I'm a huge content creator, and if I say it's good, then everyone else will think it's good. And that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this whole thing right here. And they're not really actually sharing anything new,
The PvP
unfortunately.
event is something special. Like, it's like the World of Warcraft Gurabashi event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was it like designing the PvP in the game?
Kind of zooming out a little bit, every zone has its own event that's associated with it. So, for example, in the Balfen, like you mentioned, there's a little arena.
Oh shit! There's me!
Spawns and players can fight over it every 3 hours.
Holy shit!
But
There we go.
Over in example, cemetery, every half hour there's a carriage, a ghostly carriage that comes
Nice.
through, and anyone in the zone
Little bit
can
of a
go out
cameo for me.
and attack the ghostly carriage and partake in the loot. And there's kind of like a different thing going on in the dark wood. There's a corruption going on, and then the tree of Inifis has a ceremony where you can fight a corrupted image of yourself.
Famous.
And so in
Instant
every zone,
fame.
there's a different mechanic. And when we got to
There's me again.
Alphen, there was this idea to allow just a free-for-all PvP event. And it definitely turned out to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, I had some
Nice.
experiences there. The first time I showed up, it was like me and like 5 people. And I was all bright-eyed, and I'm like, let's do this. It's going to be a fun little bloodbath. I found out really
What's up,
quickly that
yeah,
you can
Nishville, this
group
is,
for the event, and it was 4v1 and
oh,
it
no,
was
no,
an
no, this-
experience. Speaking of like these
This
zone
segment
events,
is not
the
live.
actual event
This is
where you
this is
have
pre-recorded.
to like escort this horse and carriage, I believe, through the zone was my favorite one by far. Seeing everybody on the server kind of coming together, fighting over it, and then
No,
getting
I
the
actually
loot
did
was
not know
pretty
that.
awesome.
I
Do you guys
sent
have
them.
any, like,
I mean, I sent them a
favorites?
bunch of
Oh yeah,
recordings.
My favorite is in
but
the
they
library
didn't
of
tell
Zoltan
me
Cool.
that they were going to be using it.
Sort of peppered around the zone, you'll find these hidden tomes, and if you collect enough of them, you can combine them together, and it essentially unlocks a secret level.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool
So
event.
it could be a level where you go in, fight some mobs, get some cool loot, and come back out, or it can
But yeah,
actually even summon
Fun Kitty,
a world
you're
boss like a
100% right. This
that
is
everyone
just
in the zone has to come together.
this is basically
and
just
kill. And so
advertising
I
the
like
game right now.
randomness there, 'cause it
Nothing
feels like
new.
doing it over and over,
Trying
you
to-
get a different result, and it kind of keeps the
Trying to get people to
so one
get
of the
interested
things
in it.
Also new is our Paragon system.
With one of the biggest
and we were able to
Diablo
design
3
something
streamers.
from scratch for this game with all the learnings we had from Diablo 3. So my question is actually for Wyatt, what was that like designing a new Paragon system?
It was cool. It was cool. We had Paragon in Diablo 3, but once you
tomorrow
reach
there's going to be a lot
Paragon
of
800,
live
it became a
segments.
more sort of just a linear path. And being able to say, okay, we know that Diablo Immortal is a game.
But yeah, let's listen to the
going
Paragon stuff here, right here,
have a long
because it's
lifetime.
actually
We're
the
gonna
Paragon
provide
system is one of the
content updates
best
to it. We're going to be adding
systems in
and
Diablo
expanding
Immortal.
all the features. How can we design a Paragon system that is exciting now, but will also be exciting years into the future? And that's where the idea of let's have multiple trees. And when we want to expand on the Paragon system, we'll add additional trees. Each tree provides players with some choice of where they want their Paragon points to go, and the system is completely extensible anytime we want to raise the Paragon cap. But that's me talking as a designer. Blood, you experienced it from a player's point of view, and also as someone who's done a lot of Paragon in Diablo 3. What was your reaction to the Paragon system?
I know
I
G3.
was blown away by the choice. You can specialize in 4 or 5 different trees. And then with each tree, there's these I don't know what they're called, the circle and square nodes within the tree. So there's traits and other abilities that you can earn.
The circles are the ones that give you bonuses all the time, no matter what tree you have picked as being active. And then the squares are the active
for following.
specializations that give you a special bonus.
Nishval, thanks for following.
that tree
Nishville.
is selected.
I love to kind of min-max whatever I'm doing in the game. So if I'm doing PvP, I can swap to that tree and get those bonuses. And then if I'm doing some farming, I can switch to the treasure hunter tree was my favorite. And then I can get, more bonuses doing that activity.
Yeah, treasure hunters.
So I guess,
100%
being able
the
to
best
kind
tree.
of control how my character is performing. I mean,
For
I'm all
farming.
about it.
I mean, it's
There
called
is
Treasure
a
Hunter.
dungeon
So.
now where you can kind of go back in time where you fight alongside Cool and you get to hang out with Tel Rasha. It's kind of like a WoW time walking event. Are you guys going to explore this mechanic further? Maybe we can, I don't know, do a dungeon after the Sin War or something like that?
That is.
Oh, recognize. What's up,
and
dude?
You're spot on with even referencing WoW time walking dungeons, because that's actually how we've talked about it internally as well. Is hey, the Library of Zoltan Cool is this opportunity for us to dive into the past. We get to see Tal Rasha.
I wonder if they told Bloodshed that he's going to be on camera for the whole interview.
That World of Warcraft used.
He just has this blank face.
Walking to further expand the reach of the types of stories that you could tell. So
they probably
no
didn't tell him
today, but definitely something the team is excited about using.
I noticed that every dungeon has like a cutscene. It feels like a full-fledged, normal, like AAA game. It's awesome.
Well, we have a policy that, that relates to the cinematics, but also things like audio design that, a lot of mobile players, they don't play with the sound on. But because this is a Blizzard game, we felt like for those players that do, we have to really show up and show people.
It's crazy the amount of
AAA
weight
quality that
Caleb's lost
from any of our games. And so that provides us.
He must be in like a
enthusiasm
competition with
we
Pez
know we're not
Radar.
holding back. Not just because this is a mobile game, we do less. Like we still, just take it to 11. Every chance we get.
Speaking about the story and the characters, we get to hang out with Deckard Cain again. What was it like working with him?
Yeah, that is awesome. It was great to be able to bring Deckard Cain back, being able to work with Michael Goff again. There's a short Blizzconline segment with him. He's such a beloved character in the Diablo franchise, so I'm glad we're able to do that. I love that we're able to visit characters that are fan favorites, but we want to be, we're not just Diablo on mobile, it's a brand new game. And so as part of a brand new game, we've got brand new characters that we want to explore as well. From Skarn, one of your main antagonists in the game. You've also got Zool and Lethis. We're going to be exploring the storylines behind Vala and Josen. Vala, kind of the demon hunter, being able to learn more about her and her history. We've got all new stories to explore.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I missed Deckard Cain until I got off the boat, like you said. And I'm like, man.
Bro, you gotta miss,
awesome.
you gotta miss Deckard.
He's like the glue of the franchise almost, It's awesome.
One of our goals was to be a mobile MMO. And one of the ways that, we really focused on is having a cool town hub like Westmarch.
Yes.
I don't know if you.
That's
felt
that's definitely
like
one of
Westmarch
the best
made
part of
the game
Diablo
feel
Immortal.
bigger.
Well, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like there's a hub for everybody to go to, like a little town. But it's way cooler when you get to play it because you're there and you get to see everybody running by. You get to check out everyone's gear, and it does feel a lot more alive. And it became one of my favorite features, I think, overall, just because it's like we were talking about WoW, seeing people with certain gear and inspecting them, I think really kind of brings like the game and the community together.
I think one of the best parts is seeing all the
I
different
really like this
spots
aspect
in the
about.
city
I
where
really
people
like
go for different
bringing
activities,
Diablo
whether it's
to
leveling up their
an MMO.
gear or getting gems slotted in or going to do some rifts or bounties. It's really cool to just watch people sort of like in the traffic, going from here to there, and it feels almost like a living city, right?
After Immortal, D2 Resurrected up next? I think so. Let me check the schedule.
Very, like you said, like an alive.
Watching people take group selfies in,
exactly.
in different sections.
That's
it was
right.
cool, yeah.
Oh shit, there's me again.
A central town hub was something that we wanted to do for Diablo 3. Back then, internally, we called it Player Town. And it never quite made it. In game development, you have to kind of pick and choose the features that you're going to incorporate, but I'm super thrilled that we were able to incorporate a capital city into this experience. One of the things I think is special about having a game with a capital town, and also just an online game where other players are always around, is you really get the sense that the world is real. That like when you close down the app, when you aren't playing anymore, the world lives on without you.
Yes, yeah, good point.
And is alive without you. And I feel like having a capital city really...
So Diablo 2 Resurrected is in 35 minutes. There's going to be like some filler stuff between now and then. So in 35 minutes, we'll have Diablo 2
There
Resurrected.
wasn't a whole lot of reason to go there during technical alpha, but it's got a whole tavern vibe in there and go hang out.
And to be able to sit and maybe order something or hang out.
There's going to be
that
some
was me.
reasons for you to swing
That's
by
me.
the bar
That's
later.
actually me.
I think
I had
one
my
of the
name
ways
turned off.
that Diablo Immortal is really trying to do something new is with the social aspects of the game.
That was me. That was me.
And we talk about the game being
Yes, me again.
a mobile MMO.
Let's
I
go.
think finding reasons for you to enjoy
Hell
being
yeah.
around other people is really important to us. I mean, you can play through the main story campaign solo, just if you just want to kind of take in and digest.
I should have recorded more with my
pace.
camera on. I really
providing incentives and rewards
really
for
should
interaction
have,
with other players, I think actually makes the game more fun.
You know.
Yeah. Speaking of like
I
community,
didn't
we
actually
could've
think
done
they
it
would be
together
using
on
this
Alpha.
in BlizzCon.
Yes, we did. I had a lot of fun running that dungeon with you. So I was just watching your stream. You know, when the Tech Alpha was going on, there were a bunch of different content creators who had their streams going, and I saw you. So I'm like, oh well, let me jump on. And I remember I typed out in chat to you. I was like, hey Blood, do you want to run a dungeon together? And you said yes. And so that was cool. I was able to jump on. We were able to party up, no problem. I'm really glad that the voice chat was there because.
Yeah, the voice chat in the game is really good.
Streaming, how do we get on voice? Like, do we need to like get onto Discord somehow? But since you were streaming the game, I think it all just worked out and all the audio passed through, and that was a good time. I think that was one of my highlights from the technical alpha.
Oh, that's awesome. That means a lot.
Fun, Fun Kitty. This Immortal, they say they try to shove the game down our throat so hard. Everything like WoW references to up users marketing. They're just trying to recover from 2018. It's not a very like pay to win game.
We're actually
to
going
be honest.
to be investigating how we can bring in controller support in the future, and we are very excited that the community responded so positively to it. And so nothing to announce today, but definitely look for updates on this in the future.
All right, so they're very seriously going into controller support.
Gameplay sessions, you know, when I'm out and about or doing things.
Answering
when I'm kind of plopping down for the day, it would be cool to kind of switch to controller mode and kick back. Did you guys play in any areas outside of your home?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite experiences is being able to just take my dog out for a walk and play. I was just taking my dog for a walk. I was at a intersection and the PvP event in Balfen came up, and I was just like, I'm gonna do it from here. Super convenient to be able to just play from the park or wherever. I remember Leviathan was joking that he could play while he was waiting at the doctor's office, and it's almost like, okay, you're up. He said, no, you can go. I'll keep waiting.
5 more minutes.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
Wherever I was out where I could play, comfortably.
That's the best. That's the best part.
And it was a cool experience.
Having Diablo
to
anywhere,
wherever I was, and kind of get progress on my account.
Everywhere.
What kind of stuff did you enjoy doing?
That was actually my favorite thing about Immortal. Was the amount of activities you could do. There's like these layers out in the open world. There's legendary mobs. There's a lot, but I think hunting for layers, or like hidden dungeons. It kind of gave me some of those D2 vibes.
What was the max rank normal gem that you got during technical alpha?
Not too much. I think a 5. Does that sound right? I think it was like level 5 for the normal gems.
5 definitely requires that. That sounds like 10 to 12 hours of grinding a day for a while.
Layers, I mentioned, were one of my favorite kind of activities to do in Immortal. I noticed some of the tile sets look like D3 assets, and are we going to get like a more variety of tile sets and layers?
In technical alpha, we had 2 of those tile sets intentionally, just for that small test. But we plan on adding a lot of diversity and variety to those tile sets, and there should be a difference between what you see in a Rift, which sort of like takes its tile set from a global pool of different things you can see, versus like a layer, where a layer could be inside Biofen or Ashwold Cemetery, and the layer below a cemetery should look different than the layer below a jungle or a frozen mountain.
Okay, cool.
Or whatever the zone is. And so we're putting a lot of effort to make sure that
it's very good to know that there's going to be
and that it feels
a lot more
connected
of those
to the world above it.
That's really cool. So if it's like a foresty type zone, the layer is going to have like a foresty, mossy type dungeon to correspond with it. That really kind of increases the immersion. I like that idea.
Yeah, we want you to remember where you are in the surface world as you dive down into the layer, but that by no means limits the amount of diversity and like rich art we're able to put into each of these tile sets.
Did you expect players to grind so much in general, like with all the Paragon that we grinded and all the gem levels and everything?
There were some people who seriously went ham on it, for sure. Like, it was pretty impressive. And I mean, I
there's Leviathan.
when
fucking
people
machine,
want
dude.
to play the game that much,
Badass
mean
fucking
that
machine.
that we've made something special that people want to enjoy. I think it speaks doubly so.
Oh, shit,
when
there's
it's a
me!
Limited technical alpha,
Oh, I'm dying.
It's only going for
Oh, I
a
didn't
short
die.
time, and progress isn't carrying forward. For people to play an RPG and invest time in a character that is ultimately going to be deleted really means that they're just having a lot of fun doing it, and that's great to see.
I was really surprised by how far people got in challenge rifts. Like, to see that was just awesome because, I don't think anyone internally had gotten that far naturally without using, some like developer powers. And so just to see in like, 2.5 weeks,
Leviathan, he went
people,
ham.
Just blowing the dev team away in terms of challenge rift progression. It was that's.
I was actually kind of mad that they had this over freaking Christmas and all the holidays because, I spent time with my family and everything over the holidays, and that's where I really lost the number one spot.
High level and seeing what skills they use
in the challenge
what do they
rifts.
talk about, what kind of gear or legendaries do they want. Like, that informs us a lot just watching you guys play.
It was really cool to see sort of how a lot of the high-end players take on the game. It was also interesting to see how just your average person walks into the game. We held the test primarily in Australia, and being able to see, not like the elite top 5%, but just your average person.
Fun Kitty has all the hard questions. Hold on, I'll get to that.
Tutorial. How many hours do they want to play? What percentage of people are coming back? Like, we've been gathering a lot of data, and it's been extremely helpful.
So I was there at BlizzCon 2018, and how do you think the announcement for Immortal went?
Yeah, that was.
Oh God, they're actually talking about this.
I think a lot of people came. They had Diablo 4 in the mind, and at one point during the Q&A, it was asked if the game would ever be coming to PC.
This is good though, I think.
I had probably not the best response, and what went through my mind is I really wanted to be able to say, hey, we're making Diablo 4, and that's not something that we could share at the time. An inappropriate remark came out instead, and I am glad that now hopefully people can see, there's more Diablo on its way. We have a lot of love for the Diablo universe, and our goal ultimately is to provide more Diablo options for more people.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I was there at BlizzCon, like I said, in Ground Zero, and it was tough. I mean, it was really hard with all the, passion at an all-time high from the community. It was tough to stream it, but I always believed in Immortal. It was so much fun when I played the demo, and
Thank you.
I was like everybody else. I wanted D4 to be announced, but with all the hints and you guys saying that there was multiple projects in the works, I guess that was my glimmer of hope that I was holding to. And so I was able to look at Immortal, I guess, a different way. Because in the background,
About censoring D2? D2.
I streamed it, and I regret nothing. It was fun.
I
feel like I can tackle anything now.
I don't think so. I really don't think they will censor D2. I really hope not.
We got feedback, and I think that really sustained the team.
I don't think they will.
That time is for the people who played at
Because it's only for PC and consoles. If it was on mobile, then maybe I would say, yeah, maybe they might censor it.
And playing is believing for this
But
game.
I don't think they're going to censor
And
D2.
I'm looking forward to the future where we can get the game in more people's hands so they can see for themselves.
What's next? Like, is there another testing phase? Like, what's happening?
We will have
dates.
a new testing phase, which will include new content, for example, a new class, and we're really excited to bring that to a wider audience as well.
Okay.
Potentially for a longer period of time.
Yes.
The previous test was only 2.5 weeks, and so we're looking at our next test as an opportunity to test more end game systems, and so we're really excited about that, and we'll announce more about
and
that
a class.
Oh, so you're saying all the stuff that we've experienced is still not the true end game that you have planned?
Oh no, we have an epic end game planned for Diablo Immortal, and for the technical alpha,
endgame.
it was very much focused on just that like early and mid game And so I
Alpha
believe
was
we've
early and
said before
mid-game.
that like the challenge rift alone is not the sole end game of Immortal. We have a lot more planned.
The level cap of the technical alpha was set at 45. For the release game, we're planning for it to be 60. So, at 45, we wanted there to be something for players to do, which is why we have the challenge rifts. But the tech alpha was really focused on the early leveling experience and the mid-game systems. There are whole new other systems that we still have planned for the Elder game.
Well, I had a blast playing the alpha. I had an awesome time hanging out with you guys today. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, Bloodshed, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Blood, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been amazing to be part of Blizzconline, and I look forward to what's to come.
All right, so for Diablo Immortal, we're
Dolby is a proud partner of Blizzcon.
okay, Dolby. Yeah, no release date. Basically, they confirmed another test with one more class and endgame content. And it's going to run longer, so more than 2.5 weeks. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. So I guess a new test coming up pretty soon, maybe for about a month, maybe more, maybe up to level 60, maybe probably with the Crusader. I still feel like they're gonna hold the Necromancer for last. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's the news that we have for today. There's not going to be any more Diablo Immortal stuff for today, but there's still going to be some D2 Resurrected stuff in about half an hour. If you want to stick around and watch some D2 Resurrected stuff, tomorrow there's definitely going to be some more Diablo Immortal stuff. Like everything for Diablo tomorrow. A lot of Q&As and stuff like that. So stick around. I think there's going to be a live Q&A tomorrow, and I'm going to try to get in on that if I can and ask some questions. So if you guys have questions specifically for Diablo Immortal, let me know your questions, and I can try to ask those if I can get into the live Q&A, because I think it's for content creators that were in the alpha. So yeah. Exodia just came back. All right, so Exodia, basically what just happened in Diablo Immortal was they didn't really give us much new. It was more something that they tried to like set up to. They had one of the biggest content creators from Diablo 3 talking about Diablo Immortal, just to like kind of, get more people more familiar with Diablo Immortal and not so hateful against Diablo Immortal. So they just went over like basically everything that went down in alpha and stuff like that. It was pretty cool because they had a few shots with me in it, so that was pretty cool. But as far as news, there was basically nothing new that came from that. FluffCon Online. So yeah, there wasn't much new. But yeah, they did say there's going to be one new class in the next testing phase, and it's going to be for a longer period of time, and that's basically the only really good thing we got out of all that. All right, so let me scroll back up in chat and see if I missed some other things. Yeah, Funkitty was saying talking about that it might be like it sounds like a pay to win mobile game, and like as someone who's played a lot of mobile games, no, this is not going to be anything close to like your typical China pay to win mobile game or gacha game. It's not that bad. There was a tiny bit of pay to win in the alpha, and we're not 100% sure if that is how it's going to be for release. I think they might have made it a little bit more pay to win in alpha because, I mean, they were just, sending everyone tons and tons of in-game currency. Like tons of in-game currency. I think they're just trying to test the limits of like how quickly someone can strengthen themselves with this currency. So I really have faith that it's not going to be that pay to win, personally. But yeah, I guess it still remains to be seen. Ask about D2 Resurrected Hidden X Pack. Yeah, I don't know if they have a Q&A for D2 Resurrected. I'll look into that. At least they didn't charge for the ticket. That's good. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Jokes aside, still stoked. Looking forward to tomorrow and potentially more info. Yeah. I like to make jokes about it a lot too. Like, I'm actually surprised. I was actually really surprised when they invited me to the alpha because I made so many jokes about Diablo Immortal and about Wyatt. And I actually think Wyatt Chang is like one of the most passionate, wholesome developers I've ever met or ever even observed. Like, I didn't meet him until a few months ago when I got invited to play Diablo Immortal Alpha, but even during the BlizzCon 2018 announcement, like his passion and the wholesomeness like is so visible. Like he's the most passionate developer I've ever seen, and that's why I was so heartbroken when the crowd well just after what happened. So, but yeah, I think he's a really good person, very passionate, and we're actually very, very fortunate to have him working on Diablo Immortal because he's very passionate about keeping the heart of Diablo alive in the game. Expect gems to be pay to win and cosmetics. Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, it seems like legendary gems might be a bit pay to win for now, but. I think I should just cut the stream for now. I was How many of you guys want me to keep streaming for the Diablo 2 Resurrected? Maybe I'll keep streaming for Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's 1:22 a.m. here, 1:23 a.m. here, and I'm kind of getting tired at this point. So, you want me to keep it going? All right, let's keep it going. I'm gonna take a break. I at least need to get up and take a break real quick, and then we'll keep it going. Yeah, I mean, that's another part. I was a little bit disappointed. I thought we would see some Crusader from Diablo Immortal or Necromancer. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, but overall, D2R was really freaking sick, and just let me take a break. I'm gonna take a break, and we'll be back, and hopefully see some really cool stuff in D2 Resurrected.
It's amazing how much Diablo has been part of our family from just the earliest memories.
Go buy a beer. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
And then, of course, as soon as we could link them up and play as a family, the whole family, Mom, both you and Devin, you and Killian played. So, what was it like growing up with two artists for parents?
Oh yeah, so it's funny.
Whoops, I forgot to turn this back up.
You don't really realize that it's any different, really, until you go over to your friend's house and then you realize, like, wait, where's all the skulls? Like, where's the battle axe in the corner? You know, like
weapons and skulls. All families should have weapons and skulls. What's going on here?
Around then, when I started realizing that something was a bit different with our family, But no, more seriously though, like it was great. Like I feel like both you and Mom always encouraged me and Killian to follow like creative passions, even if it wasn't like traditional art, just whatever we were passionate about and enjoyed doing. You always guide us in that direction, which was very hard to come by in the more like normal suburban community that we grew up in.
Being two weirdos, it was easy for us to encourage you guys to be as weird as you wanted.
Absolutely, yeah, no. And can you tell us a little bit about how you first broke into the industry?
I guess I'll start with the fact that I've always drawn horror and monsters and fantasies. My earliest memories, as I was talking about earlier. But when I graduated high school, I wanted to find out a way to make a living at that. So I signed up for a 2-year commercial art school. And unfortunately, what they didn't teach us was how to draw and paint, which was the main reason I went there. As a matter of fact, they went so far as to discourage us from, pursuing fantasy and horror because they felt like there just wasn't much of a market out there. And in some ways, it's true. It was a very small market. So I followed that path and I graduated and I ended up doing commercial art in Atlanta, Georgia. And at that time, what that meant was a lot of product rendering, photorealistic airbrush product rendering. And at first I was so excited because I was getting paid to do art. But at some point I was trying to understand why I was so unhappy, why I was creatively so unsatisfied. And of course it was because I had these monsters that literally needed to get out of my skull. And so I started going back to what I loved, and on my spare time, my non-existent spare time, I put together a portfolio of these things. And I would go to the conventions and shop them around, talk to art directors, show my work. And I scored a few comic covers. They didn't pay anything, but I was so happy because I was, doing creative, superheroes and monsters and creatures, the things that I love, and I was getting paid for it.
Could you tell us a little bit about applying to TSR?
Yeah, that's quite the story. So I go to conventions and I was talking to art directors, and my portfolio was a bit lacking at the time, I have to admit. And I talked to the art director at Dragon Magazine, which worked for TSR, and he said, well, you're not really what I'm looking for, but the art director at TSR, who does Dungeons and Dragons, might have some work for you. So I sent my portfolio and I followed up with a call, and somehow in the conversation it came out that that they did have a staff position, and I just took it upon myself to go, I need to apply for this. I'm going to come up and you're just going to love me so much you're going to hire me. And this guy was so nice. He didn't tell me no. He was like, oh, okay. So I show up, show my portfolio, and people, were nice. They had several artists on staff there, Jeff Easley, Clyde Caldwell, Fred Fields. And, they were all kind and supportive. But at the end of the day, the art director pulled me aside and he said, we have, 11 people that we're considering for this project. And of those 11 people, you're number 11. I was like, oh, okay. So, I was a bit demoralized and I went back to Atlanta, tail between my legs. But, I was so passionate and so determined to break into this field, I decided I was just going to go to New York City. And New York City at that time was where you broke into book covers, fantasy book covers. And that was like one of the places where most fantasy and horror art was done. And it was make or break. I had no jobs lined up. I was just going to go there and somehow get into this industry. So we're sitting there, the U-Haul is packed. All that's left is our cats in the carrier and the phone. And I'm waiting for a call from my parents. And the phone rings and I pick it up. And it's TSR, it's art director. He goes, are you still interested in that job? And I'm like, of course I am. And he goes, well, apparently the other 10 candidates aren't willing to move to a small town. So if you would like this job, you can have it. And I go, oh my God, yes. And he said, now I understand you're probably in a lease and you have a bunch of work to get done before you can make the move. About how many months will it take you to move up here? And I looked out the window at the U-Haul and I said, I can be there in 5 hours. And we were. 5 hours later, I was working at TSR.
That's incredible. All right, so how did you first connect with Blizzard?
So as I mentioned earlier, Blizzard, especially Diablo, has such a long history in our family. And when I got my first PC, a couple of games on it, and Diablo 1 was one of them. And it just, right from the start, this was the game for me. Soon, I was spending 2 hours a day playing Diablo. I was supposed to be working. So I actually had to ask your mother to hide the CD so I could get work done. I think the big thing I want to say about my connection with Diablo and Blizzard is I've done a lot of work for a lot of different companies, and what's wonderful about working with Blizzard Diablo is just the fact that I'm a huge fan. That came through both for myself and for you as well. So it's just been a part of our family since you guys were little kids. How did you first connect with Diablo?
Yeah, totally. So, I've been playing Diablo since I was about 3 years old.
I remember.
Yeah. But yeah,
Shit.
and then I knew that
Did I miss something
wanted to
good?
get game design. So after graduating from DigiPen, a couple years after that, when I heard about a opening for the dungeon design team, and that just sounded like the dream job.
Got the
So
beer, yeah.
Even though I was like, I probably won't be able to get this, I still applied for it. Ended up getting the design test and all of that. And when I went in for the in-person interview, I just clicked immediately with the people there. They're all just...
You guys spoke the same language.
Exactly. No, like they've all been playing Diablo for as long as I have and stuff. So it was just really easy to get along with them.
And I find that interesting how, you were intimidated by Diablo, and it's the thing you loved the most, and it's the thing that you knew the best, but you felt like you had to perhaps, work your way up there, but in the end it turned out that the thing you loved most was what you were most qualified to do.
Totally. And yeah, I often think about that too with a lot of the other positions I applied for that I didn't get. It just... Perhaps those were
this is the artist, right?
Positions that are basically other people's Diablos, like the things that they're the most passionate about. That
I actually feel
I wouldn't have appreciated it as much as they had. But with this position,
I feel this 100%.
It just fit perfectly.
You get up every day and play and get paid for it.
I know, right? Yeah, yeah. That's all I do. Just play the game. Yeah.
Because I've been making
Can you describe the process of working with the Diablo team?
So in a word, collaboration.
YouTube videos and
my biggest joy in working with the Diablo
just streaming
team
for
is
years and years, but I haven't
collaborative
really.
nature of the whole process.
Even though
These
Diablo
are
was like
the
one of my
best
very first loves,
concept, character designers, game designers.
I haven't
in the
really
world. And there's so much talent on that
made
team
much Diablo content, but it seems like my Diablo content is
I get to do one of their characters. And as far as breaking down the actual
my most watched content,
usually,
even though
what happens is there's a brief.
because I didn't really think I was worthy to actually make
bring to life in a painting.
Diablo content.
Sometimes there's a lot of concept work already done. Sometimes
for a long time.
Just a minimum. So again, that's the part that I really
yeah,
enjoy.
this resonates a lot.
Build up that character to the point where everybody likes it. Then it's handed off to me to do the final paint. And one thing I love about Blizzard is even though we have so many hands working on something, they're really good at letting you put your mark and your bit into that piece. So it's incredibly rewarding at the end of the day to, as a fan, to be working on these paintings that I would love to do anyway, but also to be working with such an inspiring, talented team of artists and individuals. Yeah.
Could you tell us a bit about your inspiration for Lilith?
So Lilith, they had a handful of designs started, and I just thought they were beautiful. I thought they hit it out of the park right from the beginning with that one. I did some concept work as well, and it went back and forth. So I love that I was able to contribute on that level. But at the end of the day, I feel the success of that piece, and I do love that piece, which is rare for me because usually I'm not happy with my paintings when I'm done. I feel the success of that piece.
Am I planning to continue the lore series? Like,
again,
oh man,
they made me look good with that one.
I would love to continue the lore series.
Dungeons in Diablo are all procedural.
Time has been the issue, or my lack of being able to balance time is the issue.
The pure randomness.
Balance, like if you talk to any creator, it's all about balance. Balance of all the things.
The dungeon kind of lacks any sort of feel. There's no real story.
Yeah, I would love to keep doing that. Covering more lore in Diablo. I love the lore in Diablo.
You've played that dungeon once, you've played it 100 times basically, and
I just need to get I have a lot of just real life stuff that I need to take care of.
Encounter design. And
which
quest
keeps
design,
me from doing a lot of things that I would really love to do.
It starts off with a back and forth discussion with the dungeon design team and the quest designers, trying to figure out what the story is there, what we're trying to
Holy
convey
crap,
and
that
progress in
freaking
the
huge
story of
snake.
the overall game.
And I have to say,
Did I like the
being able
D3
to, look
auction
over your shoulder
house?
from
I
time
mean,
to
I
time,
liked that I
just
made
seeing
money
and
from it.
hear
Yeah.
the ideas you guys come up with. I'm just
I really
so
liked that I
excited
made
to play
money from it.
Diablo 4. I can't wait. And then the added
But
on
it was
top of
flawed.
everything with our
There was a
family
lot of
history playing the
flaws.
game, that the
I
group
liked
of us
the
are able to
idea
play
behind
your
it. I
levels,
really did like
and
the
it's
behind
like, oh
the
my God,
idea
this
behind it.
horrible thing. Look what this horrible thing
But,
doing to us now. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was
it's
flawed,
definitely taking
for
a
sure.
return to darkness for sure. And yeah, I think we're all very excited about that. But Dad, could you tell us a little bit about your personal work?
I had so many of my own visions that I wanted to get out there that I wasn't able to. So I started writing my own stories, you know, and it just started out with short stories and then they grew into larger novels. But what happened is writing these stories sort of re-inspired my want to paint or draw and paint. It was like when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I would write a story, draw pictures, and staple it together and make a little book. And I was doing that again. You know, I was able to write a story, paint all the pictures, and put it together and make a novel. And I've written 5 novels to date, and I'm just finishing my 6th. It's called Slewfoot, The Tale of Bewitchery.
I need to look into these.
And it's a story about witches set in colonial America.
Books?
Awesome.
That look
Really
pretty
excited for
freaking
that
cool.
one. Yeah, I remember reading Lost Gods and absolutely loving like the world building that you put into that and stuff.
Thank you.
So yeah, really excited for that one.
What's
Okay,
this
so
guy's
we have
name?
a final question
I need to
here,
look. I need
and
to look
it's
up his.
Pretty much to both of us. It's
his
about
books.
advice to starting artists and for budding game designers. I think we both touched on this earlier, and when
Not
we were
full
speaking
screen.
about following your muse, following your passion. You know, the things that you love the most is where you put your most energy into, and can often be the things that you're the best at. So my advice is, especially to artists, is fill your portfolio with the type of work you like to do. You know, perhaps, you know, apples are the hot thing now, and you feel compelled to paint apples because you'll think you'll get that work. But if you love to paint oranges, you know, because you're such a good orange painter, you know, fill your portfolio with oranges.
For game designers in particular, I would say just like play a lot of the games out there and just start writing down things that you really liked or didn't like about those games and why. Just practicing articulating those thoughts will help a lot. If you can, get a hold of game engines.
Yeah, I
like,
do agree
Unity or
about
Unreal, and try
the
to
auction
teach
house
yourself
giving
those,
meaning to gold in D3.
and just start creating stuff.
But yeah,
like it can just be,
it
simple
was just the
prototypes
gold
or
was
more fully
a little
fledged
bit
game
too
project.
powerful,
Anything like that,
and too easy
not
to
only
farm.
helps,
So like
you
that's
develop
that's
those skills, but it also
that's
gives
how
you
it got
some
ruined.
proper
Is like from the
interviews,
very
like people love seeing
from the very beginning of Diablo 3, it was just super easy to farm gold, and bots just were farming gold from like week 1, or probably not week 1, but week 2. There was already bots farming gold, and just yeah, the inflation and everything got the whole market got ruined as far as gold goes.
Sweet, yeah. See you in hell.
Yeah, I do think that the real money auction house in Diablo could be a good thing if they do a little bit more things to like make sure that, you know, botting isn't so easy, and, you know, a little bit more balancing of like what things are worth what, and all that sort of thing. But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, personally, I really did like the auction house because I did make a lot of money. I actually made a profit on Diablo because I made more money than I spent on Diablo. So yeah, I would really like to see a nice real money auction house. So what's this about?
People to essentially make the best work they can in the most efficient possible manner. I came to Blizzard Irvine initially through an internship. I've always loved video games. I knew I wanted to work in them, but I had no idea how. And I remember when I was probably 13, 14 years old, and I saw on our careers site that there were internships.
Oh, okay, we still have like 5 or 6 minutes till G2 Resurrected.
Team. They told me that my internship project was going to be moving the BlizzCon watch experience into the Battle.net client. My mouth just dropped. I was so excited, and I couldn't believe that I was going to work on something that millions and millions of people got to see. Blizzard is actually
Yeah, I do hope to see it again one day.
I started out doing web
And there's actually another game that's working on something similar to the Real Money Auction House, which I'm kind of interested in, which is also an action art. What is the, hold on, let me see what the name of the game is. What's it called? I have it in my email somewhere. Oh man, I get way too many emails these days.
And talked about what it meant to be in this role and what my day-to-day would look like, and I was like, that sounds awesome. I want to do that. And so I went through another interview process and landed in a new automation role where I currently work. I feel supported by my leadership team. They listen, which I think is the most important part because nobody's perfect, and I think that also plays into the core value of learn and grow. My manager checks in with me. We have one-on-ones every single week where, you know, I feel comfortable asking questions, and if I ever wanted to do something else or I had curiosity in another subject, I often will go to him with, hey, there's this cool new technology that I want to work with, or something that I just haven't used before, and he's like, cool.
I lost it. I think I lost it.
And he sets me up for success. I think that Blizzard has a lot of opportunities to get involved in the community and culture and really making the games industry a better place.
But yeah, there's some sort of new game that's gonna have some sort of real money auction house type thing. At least that's what they're trying to do. It's not out yet. It's just one of their mission statements.
And creating a welcoming culture for people who have these disabilities. I definitely think working at Blizzard has been the right move for me. Being able to work with the people, being able to work on something you love, being able to make a difference as well in the community, I think is so important. I love working here. It's really cool, and I wake up every day excited to go.
I know it has to. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere here in my email.
I love Brahms' work. I mean, it gives me nightmares, but... And who can forget the iconic Diablo 2 box art?
The worst thing about being a content creator is you just start getting a way more freaking spam emails. Especially, like, I mean, the more and more followers you get, the more and more spam you get.
4K visuals, 7.1 sound, and a shot-for-shot remake of all the cinematics.
Wait, is he talking about Diablo Immortal?
Working with Vicarious Visions on the game, and we're so glad
oh, D2 Resurrected. Oh, D2 Resurrected is about to start. Oh no.
I'm very excited to have D2 speedrunner and
let me find the freaking link I'm looking for first.
With members of the development team, both Blizzard and VV, as they answer all his burning questions.
All right, I'm gonna look for it while we listen to this and watch this.
All right, we're gonna watch the video sent to us.
Now you know what I seek, Marcus. Release the demons from my...
Wait, we got Kane back? Oh, it's 2. It's 2. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. Come on. Come on. Show it to me.
Though this be our darkest hours, it may yet
there we
be
go.
your greatest moment.
I knew it was there somewhere. Somewhere out there I knew. Somewhere out there. Yo, sick. Ooh, love the campfire. Oh, that multi-shot looks awesome. Wow. Yo. And console, okay. All right. That'd be interesting. Oh, that leap attack was awesome. Oh. Oh, the Diablo fight is gorgeous.
Not even death.
Oh, resurrected. Let's go. Come on.
So that was super exciting. I'm Mr. LMSC. I am a Twitch streamer. I have been playing Diablo 2 for 20 years, streaming it for 6 years. I probably have over 25,000 hours in this game and just absolutely love it. So seeing the remaster happen, I have to just, of course, ask a very first high-level question. Why the D2 remaster right now?
Well, Diablo 2 is a very special game to Blizzard, as many of you well know, and Diablo 2 also had its 20th year anniversary. So with that, we really wanted to stay true to what that authentic experience was for Diablo 2 and bring it to the current audience and improve it for the existing audience and invite new people to experience it for the first time. It's also good learning opportunities too for us, especially when we're partnering up with Vicarious Visions now to work on a remaster projects like this together.
So it's been a great partnership. We've actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some BattleNet integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk Remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot Remasters, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. Was not expecting that. But then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything. And I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models, with the environments should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges moving from 2D to 3D?
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like a lot of that is an additional system
is this
that we have to work
no,
out on our
oh
end.
my god.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is
That's
I wasn't
D2?
able to see
It
any
looks so
items
good.
when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of flavor did you decide to add to that artwork?
So everything is being redone. So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything. And as far as the inspiration, we actually were inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of where the original artists pulled inspiration from.
Okay, yeah.
So
to be honest, anyone looking at Guild of Guardians right now, it seems like it's too good to be true. It seems too good to be true, but if it's an actual game, it's gonna be pretty cool, I think.
In the game, it makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern and there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And this is all full 3D everything, and then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic, and there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because original SD, like it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that
they got garlic,
they were really
guys.
trying to achieve something very, very
Let's
grand
go.
with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles, or who knows? No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what was.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like it was something that I really felt strongly that like a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. So this will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
This is
another way to look at it too
100%,
is our legacy
200%,
toggle feature where you can flip
300%
back
better
between
looking than
the old
D3.
visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules.
I don't know if I feel very good
we
about
are still
that,
being
to be
true
honest.
to that 25 frames per second of what the game
That means
is underneath,
bows
but
fucking suck.
rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game that's 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that, but all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort, but it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity.
Jesus,
Obviously, 3D,
oh my
your character
God.
can run straight. But underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration
This is so
was
much
tabletop
better.
games. And so the game is a grid. So it still respects
It's
that
still a grid, though?
right? Like on the
It really
controller
doesn't
will
seem
still
like a
allow
grid.
you to move small amounts.
Wow.
Because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state. Stamina's still a thing. You're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like it was very challenging because you only had a few of the frame counts basically make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character. And then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale.
Nishville says he really hopes they fix all the glitches the old game had.
And all of that. But some things still don't.
I think we can all agree on that one.
The color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So we actually now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game. Where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed.
Oh, that's really cool.
Modernization.
So you can
like
actually
shields or weapons, a lot of the unique
see what
items
the
that you
items
find in the
are
game have
while they're on the
special
ground.
kind of icon arts,
Better.
right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional, surround sound features. There's more ambient. There's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise,
don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's a
So
nice-
there's certain things you're gonna, you'll hear.
Nice sound
where,
right there.
Like your footsteps running will have some variety. When the rain kicks in, it's gonna have a lot more depth. When you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those, trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't mess with, right?
With Blizzard,
Of course.
when we're creating new games, one of our
I think
design philosophies is to
one of my main things about Diablo games versus basically any other ARPG, especially like Path of Exile or Grim Dawn or Van Helsing, is like Diablo's sound design is so freaking amazing.
At that point, and like what can we do based on what the community wants, or what features naturally are necessary for making this game run on modern day systems and things like that.
I think also we want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original game. We want to preserve that game.
Fun Kitty says, "What about cow level?" Good
And
question.
If we went with the remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why we chose this.
Speaking, from my experience or from some of my community's experience and the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2, a remaster just seemed like the way to go, because there's so many, like you said, there's so many of those tiny details within the game that
Diablo 2 wasn't
overall, when you add them up,
even though it's a
such
great
big part of the
game.
experience of the
There's
game.
like a lot of stuff
and
in
remaking that into
a lot of stuff in Diablo 2 that's kind of missing,
and could also be a challenge in keeping the fun
or
of
could
the
have
game
just
in
been
that way.
improved.
I kind of look at it a little bit like StarCraft Brood War, which also had a remaster, and how it's like a lot of the pathing bugs and the duds from the Reavers and all of these things in the game that were kind of awful are what make the game beautiful and what make the game super balanced. And if you were to go and remake it and remove some of those issues, it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details, because then it ends up creating the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that, like, for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see, where there was a lot of mystery, discovery. So we felt like that was another part of, like,
Hey, Funky Dwarf. Yeah, we didn't really get much about Diablo Immortal. All they really did confirm was that there's going to be a new testing phase that's going to be longer than the alpha, and there's going to be another class in that testing phase. So no dates or anything like that, unfortunately, but yeah, that's all we got for the most part, unfortunately. So Diablo Immortal, people have been kind of disappointed, but we've seen some really cool stuff from Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 4. We're watching a little bit of D2 Resurrected right now.
Compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much. Is this addition straying too much? You know, does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that?
By the way, Diablo 2 Resurrected looks amazing, and it will be not only on PC, but also console. Not mobile, but, you know, at least it's going to be on console.
We have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Shared stash in Diablo 2. Holy crap.
Now, the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character, and you can have your offline characters, you know, can't use your online. But for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse.
Yeah, they didn't announce which consoles. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to find out which consoles. If it's on Switch, that'd be freaking amazing. Thank you. I know it's unpopular, but actually looking forward to it. It's been ages since its announcement. Yeah, yeah. A lot. I mean, yeah, Diablo Immortal is still kind of unpopular, but there's a lot of us looking forward to it. And yeah, a lot of us are kind of disappointed with the news. A lot of people were actually looking forward to like an actual beta announcement or a release date announcement, but it's not over yet. This is just day one of BlizzCon. Usually, all announcements are on day one. So, yeah, that's why we're kind of disappointed, because most likely we're not going to get any announcements of release dates or anything new beyond this point. But this is also something completely new. BlizzCon Online, like maybe they have things set up a bit differently than they usually do. Like maybe they actually do want to have like the big announcements on the last day or the second day or whatever. So there's a lot more to come tomorrow, and I guess we can remain hopeful for some bigger announcements, I guess.
Because yeah, I don't think anybody likes sitting down and counting up the magic find of every specific item, you know, and all of their charms and all of everything to figure out.
Yeah, the gems and runes.
What is the number? How much do I have?
We've also added auto gold, so you
there's
can
a lot of
opt in. It is a feature you can.
Speaking about Diablo 2 right now, yeah, there's a lot of like quality of life updates we see here in Diablo 2 Resurrected, which is going to be very, 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 very helpful.
There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support. Obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons. For that might be the way you want to play, but it's a PC first experience. Like for example, there's still an inventory grid. There's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become something different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're going to have that split in the community. You're going to have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're going to have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this. Like, that completely changes my game experience. And, you know, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time, and that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second, but before we do, you just brought up console play, and I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision for console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible, but when I think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere and how does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge.
Okay, this is gonna be crazy.
So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing once again that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that the two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels. But it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, playtesting and things like that. A big challenge we had too was categorizing, all those 300 character skills to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the assassin and druid at the campfire. We see a druid casting tornado.
so sick.
I have to ask though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was also going to ask was, will there be classic mode? Because once again, when you go to the purist, you always have the people that go back all the way and they're like, classic is pure and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this.
I feel like there's
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features.
I hope there's going to be like some, like at the end of BlizzCon, maybe they have a bunch of pre-orders or release dates coming out. Because they're not really announcing like any
other little things that you
like
felt
pre-orders
could
or
be
anything
changed,
right now.
Wouldn't change the whole flow of the game.
As far as
but
I
just
know.
improve it a little bit.
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash.
Quick
is
keys to move to your
dragging
stash?
The mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash.
Oh,
Other
okay.
things
So
we're looking
like
at as
control
well
click
are,
to
like an item comparison tooltip.
put
So
in
in
the
case you're
stash,
looking
okay.
at some other item, you can hold Shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody. The gear in Diablo 2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people.
Yeah, I recommended
you literally you hold shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped.
Not a good idea.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the best parts about Diablo 2. The items are so fantastic, so unique in their own design, that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other, you know, because it's all so unique to every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all been streamlined. You can still, you know, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me,
yeah, I'm actually really curious about
like first
how much
on this
like
game was to see that
how much they're gonna charge for this.
Come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed.
I thought it was ridiculous that they charged. How much was it for Warcraft Reforged? Oh God, I don't even want. Like, I just can't even talk about Warcraft Reforged without cringing. But I think was Warcraft Reforged like $30 or $40, right? Oh my God.
Basically, this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see.
I mean, I don't think this is gonna be
you can see the detail, you can see
as anything as bad as Warcraft Reforged, but
like, it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my
yeah, I feel like they
shouldn't
go for more than
more squishy.
$30 or so.
Game has gotten a little scarier. I think that
yeah, Warcraft Reforged was way too expensive.
Where, just the way that the 3D lighting.
Like when I saw the price of Warcraft Reforged, I remember saying, "Why would anyone pay this?" Like Warcraft 3 isn't even that old. It's like it looks like Warcraft 3 looks fine the way it is right now.
But I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that
yeah. Anyway,
had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because
Jesus, the way this game flows with 60 FPS. Oh my God.
The trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just
garlic meme
tunnels or the sewers or any of those like you said, cavern dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons with the fire, it just had like this different, I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than, or anything more than you guys showed me, but there was definitely a different feel to the game, and I loved the fire the most, I think. Just watching.
Yeah, honestly, this actually looks
gorgeous
and seems, and I don't know, it looks like a brand new game, honestly.
There was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're like, oh, like, and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works, but once again, it was tricky to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to like opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as you know. You can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the Battlenet lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join,
Fun Kitty asks if we think Pluggy will work. Probably not. Probably not.
Even though you've graduated to the higher difficulties.
Too loud. Sorry.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if you log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at it.
That was kind of our logic, right? We saw, since there are workarounds there, that made it easier for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things. Another change is also looking into reducing ladder seasons overall. So right now, ladder seasons in Diablo 2 are 6 months, and we're looking at reducing that as well to help have more engagement and kind of drive more incentives too. 6 months is a long time, and we're looking into like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself, but I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that. And we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's one advantage, is your names could be there in the legacy if you're looking in the past.
I mean, I think that would be cool enough. Just anything to keep it there as like a forever, like this was season 1, season 2, like that's when I got my 89. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
I mean, that's
character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way. Due to modern Battle.net integrations, we do not have to. You will not have to worry about refreshing your character, so they will stay with you.
Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very
names,
long time.
okay.
So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID or other things like that, so that you are still unique. But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker, because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global
That's
servers
kind of interesting.
as well. So this is a new thing we're doing, where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. So now, for the push for a global play with Diablo 2, you can now be able to join across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts, is like they're on EU and I'm on,
Okay,
US
that's
East,
fucking
and
nuts,
my other
dude.
friend's on US West, and it's like,
holy crap.
How do we get us all together?
Worldwide?
Okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And
worldwide
so
characters,
like a really
worldwide
change.
Holy
so far,
crap.
you guys are killing it. I'm loving
Jesus.
Absolutely. I just want to say, like, I'm loving all of the changes and all of the decisions that have been made. It feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game, but
like
really bringing in a lot of that quality of life, because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points like muling and separate servers and all of that. So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2, I can even give you a little anecdote of when
I'm actually kind of mad about this a little bit because the Diablo Immortal, I asked specifically about this specific thing when I was talking to, was it Wyatt? I think it was Wyatt. Yeah, I asked if regional will be a thing, and they said that in Diablo Immortal, regions will be a thing. So like, your characters will be bound to specific regions in Diablo Immortal, which is not cool. I really would like to see like be able to use my character to play with people in different regions and things like that. So I'm actually, it's really cool to hear that this is going to be that Diablo 2 Resurrected is going to be global, but I'm actually kind of upset because it's not going to be a thing in Diablo Immortal.
And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there are a lot of things, like we're talking like model source files, old tools that Blizzard North used to create like the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent months.
Materials might drop, chance be increased.
Communicate that out to the team and help, getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like, we sent all of that imagery, even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings.
Oh wow, it's one-to-one.
Max file, and then just repurposed that for hours. Like, we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work.
So Tyrael's wings were perfect from the start.
That, the old game actually used for like another example is the succubus, in which I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, like, is because we found a lot of stuff.
The assassin actually looks like a female version of
some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you
dude
see in
on
the
the
Act 2
left.
tombs with those kinds of like paintings on them are the same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always like jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That could even carry over to the cinematics too, like a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of like Tal Rasha's tomb with Baal in front of it, and there's all those ruins going on behind him. Finding sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and I'm glad to say we did find those kinds of things, and they're matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too.
There was even concepts we repurposed. Like, we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago. The Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest, and we use that completely to rebuild our
Hate
new
those
asset.
guys.
I mean, that's fascinating. I feel like I could just sit here for hours and hours, days, as you guys talk through every single thing you found in the source files.
I could too. I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find something that could work out. As I put it, I'm very meticulous with this stuff because I love it so much. I'm putting like categorizing everything. Like, this is everything I found on War Eve. This is everything I found on the Greater Mummy Monster or Baal or something. And then if Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through links.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, D2 Resurrected sounds
and actually re-rendering them out
freaking
in a way
amazing.
that you actually see it in higher detail, and see what the Greater Mummy is showing part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that.
It actually sounds better than
a lot of
Diablo 4
stories and references that we
in some
actually
ways.
used to create the new art by re-rendering models out to see everything.
Yeah, it was literally like video game archaeology, and even learning how parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally geek out on just all of the, because it's a game that we all kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games, and this game in particular, right? And so it's almost like we're treating it like a classic car, right? Like, okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it, good enough, even better, than they remember, and good for another 20 years.
Yeah, and even mention of Diablo 1 is very key too. Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, was 1996 and Diablo 2, 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see Diablo 1 and what it's like also helped us make decisions. Even some of the arts too, because we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before until later down the line. Like an example is in the Chaos Sanctuary, you see a lot of statues with these black knights, and those are actually the same Chaos Knights you see in Diablo 1. So sometimes some of the things I find, even source files
Oh my
from Diablo
God,
1
those guys were a pain.
for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the sorcerer and the Act 3 hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do
Jesus, this is crazy.
just developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is the most fascinating stuff I've heard.
Rip PoE.
I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know
I agree, actually.
of the game, but when there's more to be discovered, it's oh man, I'm itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, going back to our core philosophies on the game, we wanted to keep discovery and mystery and stuff.
PoE people are gonna keep playing PoE because they just love PoE, but
it kind of carries
I
that
feel
fascination over through development as well. We find a lot of things in the code,
a lot of people
design
will
models,
swap
things
over
that
to this.
Were really fascinating to see how they were made, and I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security.
By the
How are we
way, big
handling
shout outs to
duping? How are we
Llama
handling
SC
bots?
for
How are
having
we
such
handling,
really
just
good questions
anything around
and
that, realm downs and all of the disconnects, and
directing
all
this
of
whole
that
thing very well.
good stuff that we deal with online. What's being taken, or what actions being taken there?
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things.
Oh, so they're going to modern BattleNet. So that was a
Loctite,
big question for me. I thought they would just actually just just use old BattleNet, to be honest.
Now we do still allow you to play offline, right?
Oh, there's still offline play?
The copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered. And so there's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, yeah, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping, as much as possible. There's a lot of strides happening in the back end of things.
So I'm excited to play this game, and I'm sure
Okay,
a lot of other people are very
lot of
excited.
editing cuts
How
here.
can we sign
I wonder
up
how
for
long this
closed beta,
interview
and when will this game
actually
become
went for.
Actually, we will be doing
without
a technical
the edits.
alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today.
There's gonna be a
for
technical
future
alpha.
waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing 2021.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the remastering team right here. I absolutely am blown away by how much effort and how much passion you guys are putting into this.
I actually, I don't think I ever signed up for an alpha
for 20 years
for Diablo 2.
I never thought that the game could get better, but I think you guys.
I don't
are
have a link for
respecting
this. Does anyone have a
integrity
link for this?
While upgrading and adding and improving, and I think this is going to overall just better the game. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me on, and for all of the hard work you've done.
Awesome, thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to us. I mean, you and people like you who keep the game going for 20 years. Like that's, if you guys didn't do that.
Looking for this link.
Right, we see the passion.
Official site.
In what you do, in what your colleagues do.
Okay.
Like, so thank you even more. And thanks for coming to.
Let me put this in chat real quick in case any of you guys don't have this yet. So I'm gonna put the year here is not actually true. This is not actually the true year. Wait. Okay, it was nothing really cool. Okay. Tech Alpha opt-in.
You know,
Wait,
the original
pre-purchase?
Diablo 2 is why I'm here at Blizzard today.
Pre-purchase does
One
not
of my
include
greatest gaming
technical
memories
alpha
was when my brother and I
access.
played for 3 straight days to finish the entire D2 and expansion campaign when it first came out. Not only was it a special moment with my older brother,
So you can actually pre-purchase D2 Resurrected as well, if you would like to. There's D2 Prime Evil Collection, and regular. Wait. There's D2 Lord of Destruction, D2 Resurrected, D2 Prime Evil Collection. What's the differences here? What are the differences here?
I hope you're ready for it. But for now,
I don't see anywhere to see the differences. Oh, I think it's with other games. I don't see any differences at all. Play in any region. Yeah, I don't think this is actually like fully finished yet, but yeah, this is the website where you can go to pre-purchase if you want. Not sure what the differences are between these different types of the game. There's Diablo 2 LOD, which is what most people already have if they already played Diablo 2. And then there's Primeval Collection Upgrade, Resurrected, and yeah, I don't know. Don't know how this works, but yeah, again, sign up for the alpha and beta at the link I dropped. And yeah, that's the end of today's coverage for BlizzCon Online. We made it. We survived. I mean, it was still kind of nice to. Oh, this is probably that's probably some DMCA right there. Anyway, yeah, it was fun. We had some nice info and other things. Not everything we would like to have seen, but there's more to come tomorrow. And yes, I will stream tomorrow as well. And I will be actually participating in some Q&A. At least I'm going to try to participate in some developer and content creator Q&A. Fun Kitty TV, thank you for following and being such a active part of the chat. Exodia as well. And everybody else that's been, just kind of chilling in chat. We're mostly a chill stream here, but when Diablo is the subject matter, we get pretty hyped. Yeah, honestly, let's just talk about like overall this initial day one of BlizzCon Online. I think I'm a little bit disappointed overall. Like I would have liked to see a lot more Diablo Immortal stuff. Yeah, just a lot more Diablo Immortal stuff in general. But Diablo 3, like Diablo 4 stuff, the freaking rogue looks amazing. Jesus. I'm definitely playing a rogue as my main in Diablo 4. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Even like a lot of the classes in Diablo 2 Resurrected seem a lot better, and like even though they say like Diablo 2 Resurrected is basically what they're trying to like copy from Diablo 2, I feel like Diablo 2 Resurrected is actually a lot better made as far as like abilities and certain builds and stuff like that as well. And then what else we have? Diablo 2 Resurrected, Diablo 4, and Diablo Immortal. We actually didn't really have much, unfortunately. Like, I just really hope they're at least gonna give us a date for the next testing phase for Diablo Immortal. Like, apparently Diablo Immortal is gonna have a new testing phase with a new character, and it's gonna be a longer testing phase, which means even longer until the next until a release date, because that basically guarantees like at least like 1 month of testing, however they're gonna do it. So a little bit disappointment here and a little bit of pretty hype stuff there as far as Diablo goes. It's 2:35 a.m. here where I am, and I'm tired. So that's going to be it for me for tonight. Peace out and see you next time. We'll see you tomorrow. And GG's.